Sorry, man.
I'm working on it.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's study session. It is 5:30. We'll get the meeting started. Tonight we have three different presentations. So I think the first one is on Mr. Bob Mitchell. So Larry, you want to kick this off, or?
Mr. Mayor, I'll actually hand this particular topic over to Mr. Barber.
Right.
As you can see from the agenda, we have three topics that are unrelated. And so we've asked everybody to try to stay within the 30-minute time frame because it's likely that each will take 30 minutes. But with that, I'll hand it over to Scott.
Thank you, Larry. Mayor McFarland, members of the council, a number of months ago, I received a phone call from a longtime friend and former Parks and Recreation Director here at the City of Casa Grande, Jerry Sullivan. And Jerry said he was putting together a committee to talk about possible ways that we might be able to honor the memory of Bob Mitchell, our former mayor and a longtime educator in the community. And so I said I'd be glad to be a part of that group. And so Jerry began putting that group together so that we could engage in that particular business. And we're delighted to have a number of members of that committee with us this evening. That individuals that were Bob's colleagues in the education circle. John Kashner's here, and Nick DePadre is back here. And then you may or may not know, Bob was involved in the Kiwanis Club for a very long time, and Dan Anderson, local businessman, is here, and Dan worked together in leadership in the Kiwanis Club. And then former Judge Judy Ferguson is here, and Bob began his tenure as a deputy judge during Judy's tenure here. Others that have, and I'll introduce more appropriately, former Mayor Chuck Walton is here as well. Chuck served on the council when Bob was the mayor, and you can tell from the pictures over there, he succeeded Bob as the mayor. Other members that have been with us in different ways was we had Scott McEwen from the education circle that came to a meeting, Danny Juarez, also our current sitting judge, and we also took advantage of the graphic arts skills of Erica Herman along the way, and Erica joined us for a couple of meetings. And so we began to meet, and the results of those meetings is what we're going to be presenting to you this evening. So we're going to talk about some basics of the what and the where, and then Chuck will come up and talk about that, and then Jerry Sullivan will come up and talk about the fundraising efforts. So with that, I'd like to call on our former mayor, Chuck Walton.
Mayor and Council, I'd personally like to thank all of you for giving us consideration on this project. Before I get started, I'd like to address the elephant in the room. I always start with a little controversy. As you can see, there's some very important heads up there in pictures on the wall, and people are going to wonder, why are we busting our rears to put a memorial out there for Bob Mitchell? Why was he so special compared to everybody else? Because every mayor that's been in the city of Casa Grande has contributed either one or many things that's made our wonderful city what it is. But Mayor Mitchell had a knack for putting things together when other people couldn't. He was at the right place at the right time. He had enough connections in his work history and his city history that he could do things that I really don't think would have happened without him being involved. Because when this building was decided to be either fixed or torn down, it would have been a natural decision to make on the part of the board. This is valuable property, let's bulldoze it down and make commercial property out of it. But because Bob Mitchell was involved, and other people obviously, we got something done that might not have happened. So I've got some bullet points that I'd like to bring to your attention. In 1966, Loren S. Curtis was the superintendent of schools. He hired Bob Mitchell. And I was in school under Loren Curtis as a superintendent, and I was kind of an honorary student. We didn't get along too good, but in my adult life, His wife was my teacher twice, in the 4th and the 8th grade. My dad was a personal friend of his, and we became social friends. And several times he mentioned to me at dinners and other occasions that Bob Mitchell was one of the most important hires he ever made. Because Bob had a knack for getting people together. You read about it all the time, schools and boards getting in controversial adversarial conditions over insurance, benefits, and that sort of thing. But Bob was in charge of a lot of those things to make the life better for teachers. And many board members have told me that if it wasn't for Bob Mitchell, some of these projects wouldn't have got together. But I've lived in Casa Grande since 1947. And for many years, I lived 2 doors down from Bob Mitchell. And I was amazed at how many students would come in 20 years after they graduated and make a special trip over to Bob Mitchell to say hello. They thought that much of him. A couple of I'd like to mention Eric Shirley, Major General in the United States Army. He was raised by his grandmother right here in Casa Grande from not a very wealthy family, went to the University of Arizona, and is now a Major General in the United States Army. Bob kind of coached him a little bit, told him how to get the benefits out of an education and what steps to take, and inspired in him the desire to get as far as he has come because of his influence, not only as a teacher, but as a friend. And Eric and Wayne Mitchell, Wesley Mitchell, were very personal friends, so Bob had a lot of contact with him. Another one that came by many times to see Bob, I don't remember his name, but he is now an admiral in the United States Navy. And Bob said he's told him many times he wouldn't be where he is today if it hadn't have been for the foundation that Bob gave him as educational-wise, desire-wise, dedication to your country, and so forth. So those
Chuck,
are some
I
of the
believe that's
reasons that we
Barry
wanted
Bruner.
to honor Mayor Mitchell. But like I said, he was connected with the city, and he was the mayor for a while, from 1994 to 2002. He was a high school education teacher in this building, starting in 1966. And my wife was a student teacher, my first wife. She died of cancer in '82, so we became very close friends. Wesley and my son were close friends. So I know more about him than a lot of people do. And it's all good, too. But I saw some of the things that, we all have favorite teachers, at least one. But how many people would go 20 years later to come back and tell them, thank you for doing what you did for me? That's some of the reasons that we're here today. But anyway, many of his classes were held in this building. He served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for several years before he was elected mayor because he wanted to be involved in government, either city or statewide. And while serving as the mayor, he was instrumental in the purchase and renovation of Old Main, the building we've got now. And there was a lot of murmuring about if that building gets torn down, there's going to be hell to pay. Because there's a lot of old-time Casa Grande farmers and businessmen that graduated from this school back in the 1920s, and they didn't want it torn down. We've made 4 mistakes in that field. 2 central school buildings were demolished. The old Army building was demolished, and the old City Hall was demolished. Looking back, we think, well, we shouldn't have done that. Well, thank goodness we didn't do it to this building. He was instrumental in getting the University of Arizona and ASU's, their arts department, to help design the city logo. He had an influence in that. The monument that we're proposing is 2-foot by 4-foot horizontal granite slab with the city's logo and the cougar emblem. It will also have 100+ worded script and an 8x10 porcelain photo of Bob. The monument will be located in a small area adjacent to the clock that's out in front. Now, we've gone to League of Cities meetings, and they always have booths trying to sell the city's different things. Bob was fascinated with clocks. His whole house is full of grandfather clocks. But he came back from that meeting and had a whole bunch of literature on that clock. Well, he's smart enough to realize you don't spend taxpayer money hanging a clock out in the front yard without raising hell with somebody. So he got poor Mr. Barber to do his work for him and gathered up non-taxpayer money to put that clock there. That was just kind of some of the things he did. The total cost of this monument is, we think, about $35,000. It will not be taxpayer money. We're going to get it from local dedicated lovers of Bob and respecters of Bob. And if we get lucky and get more money than the $35,000, we're going to get a scholarship fund for Bob. We're going to go through the Kiwanis Club. Bob was a member of the Kiwanis Club probably since he came to Casa Grande. So they volunteered to get in the middle of this. And we'd sure appreciate all your consideration. Thank you.
Mayor McFarland, City Council members, thank you for allowing us to come before you tonight. It's been a long time since I've been at this podium. I've been at this podium probably more than 100 times, not necessarily in this room, in this venue, but over at the old, what's now the Casa Grande Public Library. So if I'm a little rusty tonight, you have to take that into consideration. I want to do some trivia facts on this this monument. It appears in the drawing that you see to be a horizontal structure. It's not. It's more, I'm sorry, a vertical structure. It's more of a horizontal structure. It does start low at the base, and it goes up to 2 feet in the back. It's 4 feet wide. The amazing thing is I often wondered what it weighed. They've got something out there very similar, but this particular monument, the base alone, is over 1,000 pounds. It's a 6-inch, I guess, concrete slab they put in. It's a little bit larger than the base of the monument, and it sits on top. The monument itself is 3,750 pounds. So I don't think we're going to have to worry about anybody taking off with it.
Just gonna walk away with it.
We need to put down 50% of the money for this to get it ordered. That's the good news. The bad news is, I suppose it has something to do with these ships being docked off of Long Beach, the supply chain problem. It's coming from outside this country. I'm not going to say where, but it will take a minimum of 6 months to get here. And once it gets to the United States, it's going to stay in California for a while, where they do all the inscriptions and the painting and all those things. The cougar head is going to be gold, and the city emblem, the city logo, will be teal background with the gold CG letters. Gloria and I have been working on a GoFundMe program. We got into it this weekend, and we worked on it yesterday. It's kind of frustrating. They keep sending these little text messages to you for codes and stuff. I guess they're just being real careful about it. But we hope to get that fund set up quickly. But at this point in time, we're going to say sometime between Wednesday and maybe the weekend. But hopefully we'll get it done sooner than that. We're probably going to get after it tomorrow. That's where we plan on getting most of the funds. That's a very good way to raise money. You can network out over the internet. I'm not an internet guy. I'll be making phone calls and sending some emails. But the whole idea is to set up a network where people are spread out through social media, and hopefully we can get this money quickly. This is not going to be a sprint. We know that, particularly in light of the fact that the monument's not going to be here for 6 months after we order it. So we're probably at the best case scenario is more than likely about 10 months from now we'll be dedicating this monument. We are not going to. Somebody asked me the other day, what if you don't get the money? That's not an option. We're going to get the money. It might take a little longer than we like, more than we want, but we're going to get the money. The one thing that we're going to try to get out, and I think what, the dispatch was, they did a great article the other day. I met with Donovan Kramer last Thursday. I wasn't expecting that article in the newspaper. I was talking to him about giving him a heads up for this meeting. And I got back and I called former Mayor Walton, and he said, well, they got a story in the newspaper already. I said, really, you know? So Gloria and I were in Pine Top this weekend, so I didn't get a chance to see it, but I did see it. It was very well done. We're very happy about that. But we do need to get the message out where people can write a check. This is all going to be funneled through the Kiwanis Club of Casa Grande. They're going to be our bank account. I think people, you know, just knowing that it's going to the Kiwanis Club of Casa Grande are a little more trustworthy than if it was going to some bank account they didn't know what it was. Initially, we tried to set it up strictly through the Kiwanis Club, but it's a little problematic. And we checked on GoFundMe. They do charge 2.9% of your donation. If you make a $100 donation, it's going to be a $3 charge. And they tack on a 30-cent charge on top of that. I'm not sure what that's all about. 30 cents. And then you can give donations. You can tip them. They call it a tip. But we feel that that's the best and most effective way to raise money to get this tribute done. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Lisa?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the committee. It's so nice to see some of these old-time, I'm not going to say old faces, old-time faces here. Coach Kajner and DePadre, thank you so much. You know, we talk a lot here at the City Council, you know, when discussions have come up about the history of this building and preserving it and the campus. And, you know, that's for, you know, because of people like Bob. You know, as you all know, I went to school here, grew up here, but when I look at who was a huge influence in my life as a high school kid and beyond, even as a city council member, Bob is the person that always inspired me. I was that when you talk about influence, Mayor, when you talked about the influence he made on students, I was one of those. You know, no one went to college, you know, in my family, you know, besides my siblings and I, but, you know, we're first generation college students, but he was the one that put it in my mind that you can do this, the importance of education and continuing education. When my family moved back here, you know, to raise our family, you know, it's people like him that always supported us, and we wanted to come back and be like that, you know, come back and support this community. So I was really happy to see that we are honoring him, you know, especially here at this building. I know what he's done to contribute to this, preserving it, the influence he's made on thousands and thousands, not only as a mayor, but as a teacher and a friend and someone that, you know, just was so much more to the young people. So I'm really happy to see this, you know, you know. Of course, people have differences in their life with, you know, people, but he was a huge influence in my life, and I'm just, and so many people. So I'm just really happy to see you guys doing this and honoring someone that meant so much to our community.
Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Excuse me. I'm one of those ones that was a student, and I wouldn't be here sitting in this seat today if it wasn't for him. He inspired me because he was actually the mayor and my government teacher simultaneously in this campus here.
Really?
Yeah, so he didn't quite inspire me to be a major general or anything, but I mean, city councilman, I'm pretty happy with that. But he really did.
And local business owner.
And local business owner, of course, because he had a lot of businesses too. He always had something going. And he taught all of us that. And he said something, Mayor Walton, you know, people, Bob, and you remember the Friends of Bob, when he was campaigning, FOB, he had the shirts, Friends of Bob. If you campaigned for him, you were a friend of Bob. And so that was one of his things. And he always had something going like that. But he really was inspirational to a lot of, generations of Casa Grande residents. And another neat thing about him is his love for government and history. And he always led the Back East trip. And when I was in high school, we took the trip for 7 days on our spring break to go to Washington, D.C., Boston, New York City. We went all over back east, and he knew where to go, how to get there, what to eat, where to eat, and the best place to eat, and all the history. And he says, we'll go, even it was before 9/11, obviously, but in the White House, he goes, we'll go through this door right here. Just act like you know what you're doing, and we'll see some neat things back here before anyone catches us, And we did all that. And another good thing that he taught us, It's not a problem unless you make it a problem. And that was always, my wife and I still talk about that every day because she went on the back east trip with him too before I did, just to say. But it was a lot of fun. And, you know, raising the money, I've already had a couple people contact me about looking for the GoFundMe. And I said, well, we haven't quite approved it yet, so it's not set up. But I don't think that's going to be a problem. But if I was just sitting here thinking, if every student, just students, not even people, just every student he touched gave $1, we'd have plenty of money.
You're right.
But if everyone gives $5, I mean, we'd have more than enough to make the monument, install that, do a scholarship, all kinds of stuff, because he did. You know, he did inspire all of us to do that. And he even got me in Key Club. You know, he did Key Club when I was in high school, all kinds of activities. So anyway, I don't think there's a better person, because like you said, Mayor Walton is, I mean, he wasn't just the mayor. He was a personification of what we do here in the building and all the kids that he touched. So I'm excited about this project. So thanks.
Yeah, that's interesting that you say that, because we talked about different funding, who we were going to look for, and we talked about corporate funding and stuff, but we really backed away from that, at least for now. We feel like we can create a grassroots environment here, and, we want a lot of donors. I think there's more than 1,000 people out there that would donate. We just have to reach out and find them.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I don't think we'll have a problem. Right. If everyone donated $1 that he touched, that'd be easy,
Anthony?
I would agree. He had an inviting spirit about himself, very drawn. He was also my teacher. And I'm so thankful for this committee. My coach is here, Coach Cashner, Nick DePadre, my wrestling coach. Thank you so much for you invested in this young man. And also yourself, Jerry, and all the work that you've done. And to our Mayor Walton, thank you for all your support. Judge, so good to see you. It's an honor to be able to honor a person in such a statue as Bob Mitchell. He's been very impactful to our community, I believe state too. So many people that he has impacted and affected their lives. And that's not to take away, as it was said, I think Mayor Walton had mentioned about from the other people. But we're just so thankful for him and all that he's done and the impact that he's made. I'm big on making impact. You make an impact on an individual so much that you leave an impression that they'll never forget. And that's what Bob Mitchell was, even to my life. And like I said, he had an inviting spirit, so he wanted to come around. He wanted to talk, And so I believe this will be a great honor, and I'll be willing to invest in it as well.
Anthony is known for his football prowess, but actually in high school, Anthony was a better wrestler than he was a football player.
That is correct. I love wrestling. Wrestling is my first love. And my coach.
Well, and just for me personally, I've known Bob the 20 years that I've been here. I met him when I first came to town, and he was always very welcoming, very kind, even to outsiders, as I was not from Casa Grande. But I got to know his brother, I got to know his son, his nephews. I mean, his nephew was mayor of Tempe at the time when I first got elected, and he helped me really get into the League of Arizona Cities, which I gave Casa Grande a presence on the league board. So a lot of positive thoughts for Bob and his family, his whole family. And so it's I've always had a spot in my heart for Bob too, even though I'm a short timer. I've only been here 20 years. So, but this is definitely a worthwhile program, and I know you'll get support even from us who are not native Casa Grandeans. So
we can't all be perfect.
I know. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Like I said, we appreciate it. I know it's on the agenda for tonight's council meeting, so we'll obviously vote on it then. But thank you for all your thoughts and comments, and appreciate everything that you all have done as a committee, and those who are not here as well. So thank you. Scott?
Mayor, I did want to note that we've been engaged with Community Services Director Gallegos about the location, about the site. We'll be coordinating the pad, obviously, and we're talking with them about the re-landscaping plan out front as well. And then on the agenda this evening, we'll be asking you for your formal approval of, to be able to go forward with this project. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you, Scott. All right, Larry, next.
Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Reverend.
Mayor, members of the council, the next item that we have on the study session is a presentation by our Chamber of Commerce related to the major accomplishments pertaining to the tourism office, the destination marketing organization. So with that, am I handing the baton to Lou? All right.
All right. Hi, dear Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for letting me doing the presentation today. Just before we start, I'm just gonna give a special thanks to the City Department of Economic Development and Community Service and Public Information Office, as well as City Manager Larry Rings and Mayor Craig McFarland. Please save all the questions till the end. We're gonna get started from now.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you guys so much for having me here. My name is Mark Matejek. I'm with Clear Channel Outdoor, and we've been working with Renee and Lou and the rest of the chamber and tourism board to just get the Casa Grande brand out there and help you tell your story. So, you know, how do we do that? And, you know, what is out of home? And, you know, how can it help Casa Grande to drive awareness and visitation? So in this presentation, I'll include a brief overview of out-of-home advertising, and then I'll also, we can take a dive into your, you know, billboard campaigns, both past and current. So what is out-of-home? You know, out-of-home is billboards, transit advertising, airport advertising, even, you know, I know we have some members with sports background. You know, if you're in a big stadium and you see, you know, ads there, it's basically anything outside the home, right? So, and out of home is very favorable amongst the public. And I think personally that that's really just because there's two sides of the coin. You can go really big with it. It's bold. It creates an experience that can be memorable, think like Times Square or Vegas, right? But then at the same time, you know, it's very subtle, you know, unobtrusive, you know, unlike, you know, that TV ad that, you know, interrupts your favorite show, right? You know, it's you know, just kind of, you see it in your daily travels, and sometimes it's even almost subliminal, but it's always there, always working. So this slide just, you know, like I said, out of home is a very noticeable medium. It's hard to miss. So, you know, it just really drives action both online and offline. So this slide just kind of gets into some of the actions, you know, that are taken once an out-of-home ad is digested. So this is just, you know, some examples of, you know, of some other, you know, tourism boards and, you know, some of the ads that they've run. And now I may be a little biased, but I happen to think that Casa Grande's designs stand up to, you know, to the top of them. So, like I said, you know, our past campaign was in the summer, kind of fall of 2023 last year. And, you know, we were really, we were looking to reach Arizonans and just, you know, remind them what a vibrant place Casa Grande is, the rich culture, and, you know, it's a great place to visit, and also to, you know, to bring your business and to bring, you know, economic activity. So how we did that was we, you there were a couple different kinds of billboards that we leveraged. And so the first one was digital billboards. And digital billboards are really great for serving contextual messaging. It's really going to speak to the viewer where they're at and make them feel like you're, talking directly to them and supplying them with information that, is relevant to their lives. And then we also utilized printed bulletins, and printed bulletins are great for really hammering home that message, really just, that constant, consistent branding of your name. You have, when you're up on a location, you own that location. It's almost like, a monument or a landmark, right? And, you have 100% share of voice. So, it's just really great for, for that branding purpose. So like I said, we used digital billboards and printed billboards. In Phoenix, we had 5 digital billboards that netted you guys a little north of 24 million impressions. It's a lot. That's a huge campaign. And then in the Tucson and Casa Grande area, we had 4 printed billboards. So again, that digital and printed kind of working hand in hand. That plan netted just a little under 8 million impressions. And the campaign, like I said, kind of ran August through November, so kind of like a summer into fall campaign. And this is just a look at the map. So, we wanted to reach people from all directions and just drive them this way, right? So we had a billboard west of Phoenix to reach people that are, coming in from California. We had a couple billboards up on I-17 to, reach people coming from, Sedona, Flagstaff, and up north. And then, we continued down, through Phoenix and into, even Chandler, to just continue that journey. And then we had one billboard that I couldn't even believe this was available, because I've literally gotten so many calls about it. It's right, I want to say it's right by exit 194. It's right by that exit, where all the restaurants and everything are. And, you guys were on that. And then we had, billboards starting in Tucson proper, and then Marana, and then Eloy. So just kind of reaching people from all directions, like I said. And so one thing I really love about, the branding for Casa Grande is just how colorful and vibrant it is. And that really is just kind of on par with my understanding of, just the city of Casa Grande in general. But so this is just kind of a look at, that colorful, real vibrant. My favorite is probably the Mi Casa Grande, Su Casa Grande. I think it's kind of clever. But another thing, going back to that, that contextual messaging, on each one of the billboards, there was a design that we ran that, depending on where that billboard was, we put, 40 miles to Casa Grande, 20 miles, so kind of just different, to really, again, let the audience know that it's not a one-size-fits-all, campaign. It's really, kind of based on where they're at. So, and then these are a look at, your printed billboards, both here in Casa Grande, like I said, and in Tucson. And I love the, again, the colorful nature, and then those stamps, like the Live It, Love It from your website. And so, yeah, the one on the left is the one right by Casa Grande. You can see the In-N-Out billboard in the background. So it lets you know, not only are you going to get a great experience, you're going to leave with a full stomach too. You're going to get a good burger. So yeah, I mean, you guys don't necessarily just reach Arizonans, right? I mean, you guys have people coming from all over the country here. So, much in the same nature, Clear Channel, we're a nationwide brand. So this is a look at our footprint. We're in, all the top DMAs, airports. DMAs are just designated marketing areas, basically cities. I worked with Lou. Lou was really integral in this whole process did a lot of homework and pulled together, some of your top feeder markets into a heat map, which then we took on our end and just looked at, the efficiency with which we can reach, an audience for you guys. And so we landed on 2 key markets based on, kind of our discussions, and then also, Clear Channel's billboard footprint there, and also, the volume of an audience that is going to be seeking, a warm destination during the cold winter months. I'm from Boston, so I can personally attest to when you're in like sub-zero temperatures, the thought of like 50 or 60 degree weather is like paradise. So this is just kind of diving in a little further. I won't get too in the weeds, but we have a proprietary software tool that uses mobile location data to just kind of measure consumer movement across the market, basically, how they interact with all of our displays. So there were 5,000 plus actually billboards across the Chicago and Minneapolis and St. Paul areas that scored really high for reaching folks that had been on travel websites or had gone on cruises or vacations to the Caribbean. So they're looking for warm travel destinations. And this is a look at what we're currently running. You can see there this campaign started January 15th and is running through basically the end of March. You have 10 digital billboards across the Chicago metro area and the suburbs. You're basically reaching about 15% of the market, and that 15% of the market is reaching, is seeing the ad 13 times. And this is important, because it stands to reason, right, that, every time you see an ad, the same person sees the ad, more likely, right, they're going to be to take action. And I don't know why, it's just kind of the magic number is actually is 12. So once someone has, engaged with an ad 12 times, it's just the odds skyrocket that they're gonna, remember you, take action. So, we can see we're past that there. Minneapolis is just crazy. I mean, a reach of 22%, and the frequency with which people are seeing that 22% is seeing the ad is 21 times. So almost double that magic number. I forgot to mention there's 10 digital billboards there as well. So you have 20 billboards running in total across Chicago, Minneapolis, and St. Paul. That campaign in Minneapolis is set to guarantee at least over 20 million impressions. So again, we're going really big here. We went big in Arizona. We're going big in the Midwest, and this next part is really where it's really fun because we get to actually see the ads out on the street and what they look like to the public. I love this one because so me and Lou and my creative team were kind of just brainstorming on creative things we can kind of do to catch people's attention, and one of the really cool things we can do is we can beam in kind of live feeds, and so you can see from this picture, I mean, there's clearly snow on the ground. Potentially there's kind of snow falling as the picture is being taken, and then you got Casa Grande high of 73. So I mean that's kind of speaks for itself. And this is another one. Again, it's kind of gray, kind of drab, definitely snow on the ground, slushy, and then like I said, I just love you guys' colors. It's so vibrant and just really stands out, especially with a backdrop like that. And then it's a very tried and true strategy, not only amongst billboards but on all forms of advertising. Excuse me. Giveaways, right? Who doesn't want something for free? So Lou has worked with in conjunction with a couple of the local RV parks to use a sign up on your website or on the the tourism website to drive web traffic when people go to sign up, which I think is a really great idea. And last but not least, this is by far my favorite, because when I first looked at it, I was like, I was like getting ready to like call my photographer. I'm like, I don't know, but upon closer investigation, it was really just snowing so hard. And then it says escape winner. So I mean, it's like, that's priceless. I mean, you can't make this up, so.
73.
73 is probably like negative 20 there, you know what I mean? So yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Just kind of a brief overview, and then just looking at some of the your campaigns, the one we ran last year, and the one that we're currently running. So I tried to cover everything, but I mean. Are there any questions, or did I leave anything out that you might like to know about, or?
That's good.
We've been kind of following it, so.
Okay, nice.
Mayor, can I make a comment?
Go ahead, Liz.
No, and I just, well, thanks for the update. I mean,
Yeah.
I think we did see pictures somewhere, but no, these
Yeah,
were
Larry, I think
great.
Larry's put
Yeah,
some
has sent them
updates.
to us, but I just wanted to compliment, the mayor. This is, I know something, Mayor, you have been behind this for a very long time, as all of us have, approved, everything, but, for the DMO, and the chamber, for your vision, and, it's appealing. I mean, to me, I'm
Yeah.
like, wow, that looks like a great place there.
Yeah.
But no, and I must say, I think I was driving on the freeway the first time I saw one of these, and I was
Yeah.
like, whoa, where did that?
Right?
So it was exciting to see. So, no, thank you very much. And are you going to share with us after, is it until March, the middle of March, or
Yes.
this campaign?
Yeah.
Are we going to renew some of that, or wait until?
Well, we probably won't, I don't know, we haven't had a meeting to discuss it, but I think
Mm-hmm.
we have. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, we've, from a financial standpoint, it looks
Right.
like there's 2 campaigns a year.
Okay.
kind of deal, so.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can just expand on the question, per the agreement with the chamber related to the DMO action items, the mayor and council will be hearing in a study session, likely in March or April, probably more likely April,
Probably the budget.
a bit of an overview for the proposed 2025 action plan. So that's yet to come.
That includes budget too, right?
It will. The budget will be introduced at that time as well. In fact, Renee and I were just having a bit of a dialogue about that.
Cool.
good. But thank you.
Any other
Thank you guys
questions,
so
comments?
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
So the next presentation gonna be by the Blossom Digital regarding the DMO website.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Kramer. Happy to be here this evening, representing Kramer Media and Blossom Digital Marketing. I'm going to give you a quick update on the DMO website, which is experiencecasagrande.com, and some digital marketing efforts that we're managing on behalf of the Chamber. Okay, so first of all, the website consists of 50 tourism-focused pages, mostly local imagery. So we really, and I think this is what really tells our community story, right? Is sharing, local people and local things to do, and really visually telling the story of our community. So that was an important component of this website. And then lastly, we built the site with search engine marketing in mind. So what that means is, the content was written and designed to be found on Google, right? When people are searching for things to do. And so leading with that search-focused content, I think really adds a lot of value to the website. So a little bit of the rationale. How did we develop these 50 pages, right, that represent our community and what people are searching for when they're, researching Casa Grande? We started by identifying what is our value proposition as a community. What do we have to offer tourists, right? Why would people come here? And so, between the weather and The parks, the mountain trails, I think that's a really, that's a tremendous asset. The splash pad, our location, right? The proximity from Phoenix and Tucson, and the day trips. You can stay here if you're from out of state, travel 3 hours and get to so many different diverse landscapes across the state. The neon sign park, and then the historical buildings, unique food offerings, et cetera. So that was kind of what we identified as the community's value proposition. Step 2 was we researched top tourism searches in Arizona. So what are people when they're Googling, tourism related things? What are they searching for? The second component of that is, of those searches, what are the high volume, low competition searches? So where is our opportunity, right? And then lastly, as kind of a collaborative effort with Lou and Renee, we identified what are some other best practices for other DMOs across the state, like Havasu City, Prescott, Chandler, these other communities that have really robust tourism offices or DMOs, and how are they positioning themselves? So the third step was we overlaid the items in 1 and 2. So where does our value proposition line up with the opportunity, right? And we started working on content. So it was a collaborative effort, which Lou was tremendously helpful in. And between our staff and chamber staff and artificial intelligence, we had some of this was written by ChatGPT, which is pretty awesome. Because why not utilize the best technology for a first-in-class tourism website for our community? So I encourage you, if you haven't been, experiencecasagrande.com, check it out. And I'd be interested to hear your feedback. If you have any feedback, send it my way. Okay. So next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the organic marketing of the Experience Casa Grande on social media. So our organization has the pleasure of working with the DMO on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok marketing for our community. So the goal is to drive traffic on these social media platforms to the website and foot traffic to our community on these platforms. We started this effort in July, so we're really just about a little over 6 months into this. These are our handles on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, so check it out. It's pretty awesome. How it's going so far. So these are our organic social media analytics. So we've had 575,000 organic impressions. So these are, over 500,000 times our content has been viewed organically without paying to reach anybody in an ad, right? Just by virtue of being on these platforms and posting engaging content, over 500,000 organic content views. 39,000 plus video views, the majority of which are coming from TikTok. So TikTok has this, virality component and like lots of tourism marketing opportunities. And so we're working collaboratively with the Chamber to create awesome content and get it out there to people on that platform. Here are the statistics at the very bottom, how many followers we have on each platform. So we've got just about 400 on all three. This is as of the end of January. My colleague who manages the TikTok account told me I should have updated this because now we have over 800 on TikTok. So just started some advertising efforts there, and it's almost doubled in a short period of time, which is really exciting. Okay, so the last component of our work with the DMO is the digital marketing on the advertising side. So these are the ads that we're pushing out digitally to reach people above and beyond or organic presence. So on Facebook and Instagram, these are the analytics. And this is an example of an ad that we're serving. So you might have seen some of the Love It marketing is kind of more geared towards local, promoting our community to local residents, right? Park It, Live It, these are kind of more of the external marketing components of this campaign. But really, again, visually showcasing all the great things to do in our community. This is our carousel ad, so you swipe through and you can kind of see all the different elements. But 590,000 plus impressions over that period of time. We've had almost 12,800 clicks, and click-through rate is a measure. Basically, it's you divide the clicks by the impressions to figure out what percentage of people clicked on it who saw it, right? The industry average for Facebook and Instagram for tourism marketing is 1.5%, and ours was over 2%. So pretty impressive. Okay, lastly, on the digital advertising side, we've been serving ads on Snapchat. So this is a platform that reaches a much younger demographic, much like TikTok, and we want to promote kind of in a fun way. What does Casa Grande have to offer, right? So we've served almost 200,000 impressions, have had almost 4,700 swipe ups, which is the equivalent of a click on Snapchat, and our click-through rate again far exceeded the industry average. Does anybody have any questions?
Anyone? Yeah, Bob?
Brian, do you have a link or a page that talks about available employment here in the area?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know that we do on the tourism website.
Well, that would be on the chamber website.
Yeah, and there's links, and there's
Okay.
links from one to the other.
Lots of cross-promotional between those two websites.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
good question.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, this is more tourism
Right.
related.
Yeah,
so-
that
but
makes
but
sense.
but if somebody's touring and they might want a job, then
It all works
might
together.
be something to put just a link for jobs if somebody gets interested. Link to chamber website.
73 degrees.
Yeah.
I'll just finish my statement. In real estate, what we see a lot of, people will be coming in from out of town and will ask what brings them here. And quite often they've already secured employment, so they're moving to the area. And then their next question is the housing market. So I guess ultimately links and would going to the chamber link get you there? I know maybe not a direct link to a realtor, but as long as it'll get you there.
Yeah, great question. So we do have a page on the chamber website that links to, it talks about the community's value, and then it's you ready to move here, or do you love it? And then it links to a list of realtors that are chamber members. So
Okay.
that's kind of how that all
So it
comes
pays to be a chamber member. Just saying.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep. I'll just say in closing, this has been an awesome project for us to work on. So
Yeah, thank you.
Super fulfilling for us to be involved in promoting our community and helping advance the community. So
And I'll say from the other end, it's been really great working with them because they're really close to the chamber and everything, and they understand our community. So
Yeah.
it's been a really good experience, and
You can tell.
they're as excited,
Yep.
and they use our own. Remember one time we had some advertising that didn't use pictures from Casa Grande, and I was like, "That's not from Casa Grande."
I
So
believe
we've
we
never
got-
done that again.
I believe we got criticized for that.
But thank you.
Thank you,
There's
Brian.
an airport
Good
and a
job.
desert picture. So yeah, I remember.
I remember. I brought that up in a meeting.
That's not our airport. Yeah, it is.
All right, I got roughly about 5 minutes, so just bear with me. So here's the update for the Taco Fest update. So the left side, you seeing the layout map, and the right side is kind of the just a general map.
And this is Dave White, right?
This is at the Dave White Regional Park. We're gonna be hosting this Taco Fest at the soccer fields at Dave White Park. As you can see over there, this is the kid zone, this is the restroom banks and sponsor tents, as well as retail tents, and in the center is the merchandise vendors. We're also gonna have a hot air balloon. We're still confirming with the city trying to see if we're gonna have a ride on there or we're just gonna do a glow, just for safety reason, okay? And the food truck's gonna be over here, and here's the main stage, and as well as a VIP. We're working closely with the fire department and community service, trying to guarantee the safety as well as the emergency route for this event, as you can see on the right-hand side. We also secure plenty of parking space for this event to guarantee the comfort and, to make it as easy as possible for people to park and come to this event. This is kind of the dedicated vendors. Not only we're gonna take care of our customers, we're gonna take care of our vendors as well. Here's some of the entertainers gonna be at this event. Here is kind of a local band, Roger Klein and the Peacemaker from the Valley. And then we also were able to work with the local studio, which is the folklorical dancers from the Studio of Dance in downtown. We would like to have our community come out and perform and to engage that community pride. We are also gonna be making this event more a cultural event, so we're working with Gila River Tribe to have their dancers coming out to do a dance for us, as well as this is another local band, the Mariachi Band. They working super closely in Pinal County. Here is kind of like a temporary schedule, just for your reference. So this event gonna start at 1 p.m. and it's gonna end at 9 p.m. with the firework. We do have entertainment all day, so to guarantee, each customer really paying, feel worse for what they're paying for the tickets. Here's some kind of the promotion we've been doing in the center. Here's the digital marketing design we did, and on the side, as you can see here, we're working with a local vendor that he has kind of like a mobile LED billboard that have been driving around in the nearby community, Maricopa, Pinal County, Eloy, and all that. Just before I move on to the film office, I know it's a ticketed event. The reason we're trying to do that, because we are not trying to lose money on this. As you can remember from the newspaper, Maricopa, they just did have one big event, but they end up losing $250,000. Not only for our event, for the Taco Fest, we're gonna make a revenue on that, which is gonna dedicate it to the renovation of the visitor center to help us, better serve the visitors. But also we are not wasting taxpayers' money. Here's the update for the film office. Here's kind of a commercial was filming in the Casa Grande Public Library for a commercial, as you can see over here. And this is another independent movie was filmed in the Casa Grande Mountain Erica Trailhead. They will go into in the theater around September time, and the best part of this film is more than 1/3 of the film was filmed in the location of Casa Grande. Here's the night when they were filming at that same location. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Lou. Anybody have any questions for Lou? No. So as part of the tourism office, and we also have the film office, right? So trying to stand up both and try and take advantage of some of the new tax credits that the state is offering for filming industry. So I think it's a good effort, a great effort, and we're just kind of getting started. So thanks to our past president and all his leadership as well.
Thank you. It was a big year with the little tourism office and the little film office, right, Renee? So, yeah. Great job. Yep.
The little chamber that could, yeah. There you go. Well, excellent. Thank you guys for everything. Thanks to Clear Channel as well for you guys being here too. And Blossom Media. Thank you, Brian. And Renee and Lou. Thank you guys. All right. The The last item I think we have on our agenda is the Arizona Water Company and our regional solution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I can, just lay a bit of groundwork before I hand the baton over to Fred Schneider, President of Arizona Water Company. I think it's safe to say that for decades now, the city of Casa Grande has contemplated serving the entire community and their wastewater needs at one particular location of our existing water reclamation facility. What we have found is that as growth, primarily driven by certificate of assured water supply locations, that we find that there may not be economies of scale that essentially transcend to various regions, such as the east side of Interstate 10. Tonight, we're going to speak a bit about a proposed partnership and solution to provide the east side of Casa Grande with a regional wastewater solution in partnership, proposed partnership with Arizona Water Company. What that, I think, just to build for the mayor and council, at one point in time there was some discussions about running main sewer lines to the east side. There is a smaller line that serves areas such as the Promenade Mall and as well as the Mission Royale development. But as we see potential development and other types of activities beginning to happen, we want to evaluate the potential of other solutions that may ultimately be more efficient, with partnerships that may result in entities like Arizona Water Company being the provider, and they want to talk a little bit about their proposal this evening, and more important, about the partnerships that they formed on their end that may ultimately lay the foundation for an operation. I do want to point out to the mayor and council, there is no decision on this topic tonight. It is primarily just to present you with some of the concepts and ideas and proposals, to entertain questions. And we will ultimately be coming back to mayor and council with other types of action items for consideration at future meetings. But with that, Fred, I'll hand it over to you and let you get into the presentation.
Thank you, thank you, Larry. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you very much for having me here this evening. I'd like to give you an update of what we've been working on in partnership with the city staff, the developers over on the east side of I-10, and Perk Water, who I'll introduce tonight. We've had a relationship with them for a little while, and they're part of this team. So real quick, I'll start off. The area we're looking at planning for is the area on the east side of I-10. Basically what you see in the red area is what we're planning for. It overlays the city's current planning area for the 208. So basically there's not a new area, it's just overlaying the city's area with us being a potential provider over there. We would solidify this arrangement through an IGA, or an intergovernmental agreement between us and Arizona Water and the city. That would define kind of the arrangements in which we would provide wastewater service in that area. So kind of that's similar to what we have currently on the water side as a franchise agreement. This one's slightly different. And then the city currently serves, as Larry mentioned, the Mission Royale and Promenade Mall area. At this point in time, we're not looking to change anything over there. This is really working with the development community over on the east side of I-10 and those folks that want to go forward. The folks we've been talking to, we started working with about 20 folks on the east side of I-10, and we kind of narrowed down to the folks that are really ready to go forward today. We can add other developments whenever they're ready, but we have four developers that we've been working with. We've actually have agreements signed with them, a kind of a cooperative agreement, allowing us to move forward to work with the city on the 208 application, work with the CAG and also EPA, and then also to file for a CCN, a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, which will give us the right and obligation to serve that area. So we have agreements with all four of those folks. We have Post Ranch, and representative from Post Ranch is here tonight. That's about 2,400 EDUs. We have Springwater Point, Hacienda Estates, and then Phoenix Mart. So kind of at this area being built out, we'd be looking about 7,000 equivalent dwelling units, or about 1.7 million gallons of treatment capacity a day. To serve this whole area, again, we're planning to serve the entire area on the east side of I-10. So we studied this quite extensively with our partner PERC in cooperation with the city, and we designated 2 separate treatment facilities. The first one we're calling the South Water Reclamation Facility. This is the facility that's located within Post Ranch as part of their land plan, which has been approved. This area we're looking for to serve everything kind of south of Cottonwood Lane, all the way down to basically Jimmy Kerr. And the effluent generated from this site would be stored on this site initially. The second site we're looking at is a little farther north. This is probably a little farther off in the future. We're calling that our North Water Reclamation Facility. It's located up by Overfield and Lakeland Drive. Still working on the actual location. We'll have to work on an arrangement to acquire the property up there. It's up near our production facility. You may recall up off of Overfield, we're drilling a well. That well's been completed. We're looking to build a water campus up there. So it'll be located in the proximity of that same site, but that site's not large enough for what we're doing here. The construction of the North Reclamation Facility will be timed with what the development needs up there. There may even be some areas north of Cottonwood that we initially would serve at the south plant until there's a need to build the north plant. But ultimately, we'll need to have 2 facilities to serve that entire area. This north site is key because that's where we're looking to do the long-term effluent recharge up in that area. So that will be property-wise the larger of the 2 sites. So ultimately, the south facility will just be a treatment facility. We'll convey that effluent up to the north facility, and that's where we're looking to do our recharge regionally. Kind of anticipated timeline. So on the 3 things we really have to work through. First one is the 208 amendment. Kind of listed some things we have to work through. The initial milestone is working with the city to develop an IGA, figuring we'll have something maybe worked out in a couple months. That will allow us to work with the city. And I have a little longer time frame here. We're hoping we can shorten this up. We're talking to the city staff about possibly partnering with them on the city's 208 amendment, their update. If we can kind of get everything worked out in time, that will speed the process up. But what we've shown here from a timeline standpoint was if that didn't work out and we had to move forward on our own as we had originally planned. The second step is really the CCN application. We're looking to finalize that. We have the boundary of what we're going to file, which I just showed you. That's already done. We have all the legal descriptions and the backup information needed to make that filing. We can then file a CCN application. We're figuring that'd be around April. Once we have the IGA with the city worked out, we want to have that agreement approved and signed and ready to go before we filed. So these are, moving pretty quick for the development community is trying to meet their timing. If we have all those done, we'd expect a CCN approval from the Arizona Corporation Commission sometime probably October, maybe November of this year. This last part would really be the design and construction of the water reclamation facility. So we could start as early as probably April of this year with the design of that project. Really kind of depends on how fast we pull this together. And obviously the last part is really contingent on where the development community stands in their timing of having to have rooftops. So what we want to do is be very nimble and ready to go and have all of our ducks in a row. So when they are ready to go, we're ready to move as fast as we can with them. One of the critical components that we have is about halfway through this bullet item. We're planning to, in working with PERC, and I'll introduce PERC here shortly, they're very creative on how they phase their plants, very modular, so we can make things expandable very quickly. And one of the things we're looking at in working with them to get rooftops up as quick as possible is we would complete the initial pump station with the ability to vault and haul the initial flows. We have to do that because we have to have large enough flows to get the plant started, but it also gets the rooftops going a little quicker. And we're part of our IGA, we would hope that would allow us to discharge to the city sewer system while we're vault and hauling for a short period of time until we have enough flows to get the plant working. So that's kind of our plan in working with the developers to make sure we try to meet their timelines. We've worked with the developers in the area and kind of broke the project into 6 phases. We're trying to make these components fairly small initially so we can try to fit it with what the developers need right away. So we kind of identified 6 phases. We can combine these into, we can take phase 1 and 2 and combine them into one if needed. And that's what the really unique part about PERC Water's plant design is. It's very modular and very flexible. I'll introduce them here shortly, and they can provide a little more information of the creativity and their experience here in Arizona building these exact same facilities. They're not new to the area. A little bit about Arizona Water Company and our ability to do wastewater service. I'll get into this at the very end, but we've been teeing ourselves up looking for these opportunities for a number of years, and we've been strategic in hiring folks who have the necessary certifications and experience to be able to do this exact project we're talking about here. So on the left-hand side, from an operations standpoint, across the company, we have 14 certified wastewater treatment operators. We have 15 operators certified in operating and maintaining a collection system. So we have a pretty robust group across the company. Here in Casa Grande specifically, we have 4 folks who are certified for wastewater treatment and 4 certified for wastewater collection. And then our partner, PERC Water, who we plan to partner with, not just on the design and build part of the plant, but at least on the operation side for some period of time. They have a lot of experience in operating these facilities. With our partnership, they can help make sure that we understand all the different aspects. But the other part is, based on the time of development, we may be going through almost back-to-back expansions, and we feel it may make a lot more sense to have them as our partner, not just in building the facilities, but also operating them as we're going through the expansion. So they're a key part of our team. So on the management side, the folks we have, myself, so I've been with the company since 2007. My prior life before this, I was at another utility, and I was in charge of statewide operations where I ran the water and wastewater operations across the whole state. So something very similar to what we're looking to do here. So it's not new to me, might be a little new to Arizona Water. Locally here, we have our general manager, Mark Kieran, who's here tonight. He's left. He was with the company for a number of years, left. He went up to Prescott Valley, and he spent 14 years basically designing and planning and running their treatment plant, their collection system, their lift stations. They have a recharge project very similar to what we're looking to do here. He's come back to the company in 2019 or so, 2020. So he's been doing the same type of work for 14 years. So he's not new to this, the kind of the wastewater operation either. And then our partner with PERC Water, Steve Owen, I've known him for a number of years. He's got over 25 years experience developing and building these facilities across the whole Southwest, and specifically 14 of them here in Arizona. So he's not new to what we're looking to do here either. Kind of the structure we have set up for success here. Obviously, the IJ with the city of Casa Grande is kind of the overarching part of how we're going to run the utility and what we get done over here. Then we have myself. On the engineering side, we have Andy Haas and David Highway. Actually, I just skipped over David Highway real quick. Very important key person who's actually helped us get to this point is David Highway. David came to us from Liberty Utilities. He's also been on the consulting side. He has worked with PERC Water on a couple projects as well, most recently over in Goodyear on the Cerevel plant. So he has experience in designing and running the treatment plants, work with PERC Water on these facilities as well. So kind of, I think all the pieces of the puzzle for our side are coming together. So on the engineering side, we have Andy Haas, who's our Vice President of Engineering, and David Highway. On the design, build, operate side, Nate Owen and Steve Owen are with PERC Water. They're our partners on this project, along with the city of Casa Grande. And on the operations side, we have Mark Kieran and then Robert Romo, who has some experience on running the wastewater facilities, most recently for the Gila River Indian community. With that, I'll turn over to Steve to introduce a little more about PERC Water and their experience here in Arizona.
Thanks, Fred. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Steve Owen. I'm a vice president with PERC Water. Been with them for 28 years, and we've worked quite a bit around the valley, like Fred pointed out, throughout the state of Arizona. In fact, just south of here, Red Rock, we did that years ago. Did things clear down by Somerton and Whetstone and other places like that, Benson. But we've done a lot in the Maricopa County, Pinal County area. A lot of facilities that I'll show you here in just a second. So we were founded in '98, actually here in Arizona, even though we are a California corporation, but we were founded here in Arizona as an Arizona contractor. We're unique because we're design, build, and operate. So we have over 20 years working with Fred and David and the team from Arizona Water. And I think more importantly, we've successfully delivered these types of facilities here in Arizona specifically, just having completed, as Fred pointed out, a new facility there in Goodyear for Liberty Utilities and the city of Goodyear and Litchfield Park, new 4 million gallon a day facility there. Like was mentioned by Fred, the facilities are very modular, and we do a lot of work with combination of city developers and new growth areas. As you can see by the photos here, SPA 3 is a project that David, myself, and Fred all worked on in their previous employment and locations, but we worked together on that facility. That facility in Surprise won in 2009 the top DBIA facility in the region. And then as you look across there, whether it's out in Palm Valley, Sundance and Buckeye, or Tartesso and Buckeye, and most recently there in the middle, Saraval. So we've done a lot of these facilities. They're very modular and neighbor-friendly. That's the most important thing, with noise and odor control incorporated into the design. Yep. And they go pretty quickly. We finished that large facility in Goodyear just in December, so it was 19 months of construction on a pretty large facility. And I'll turn the time back over to Fred.
Thanks, Steve. So just kind of our relationship between us and PERC Water has gone back quite a few years, and I mentioned David Highway's experience with PERC Water and mine. Some folks may not know, but Arizona Water Company was in the wastewater business for a number of years. I don't know all the details, but I think that ended in 1980. I started first working with PERC Water in 2000. In fact, the first time I met Steve was PERC Water. I didn't know there was all this whole group of people behind him. I just had met Steve at a conference, and we were looking to do a first project with him, and so that's when I first got to know them. Again, I started with the company in 2007, and the company started looking at opportunities to get in the wastewater business in 2010. Spent a lot of time trying to find opportunities. Economy was pretty slow in 2010. Most of the areas we serve, the cities provide the wastewater service, so it's got to find that opportunity really with a new project. So we've been looking for a while, but it's taken some time. But with that, we developed an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding with PERC Water. We decided they were going to be our partner on whatever we did. I knew them. I had experience with them. They had a good track record in Arizona. So in July of 2014, we signed an agreement almost 10 years ago to work with PERC Water on a variety of projects. Saw the economy starting to turn around. We extended our MOU with them in May of 2021, knowing that, again, we work well together, we cooperate well together. And so far, we partnered on 4 different projects that we've been pursuing. Some we're still pursuing, some haven't gone anywhere due to a variety of reasons, but we've been working very closely together for 9 years now. It's a relationship that we value very much. They're very good at what they do. We think we make a good partner with them, and we think that it would be a great relationship with the development community over on the east side of I-10 and the timelines we have, and a great partnership with the city of Casa Grande. So with that concludes my presentation this evening. Is there any questions?
Any questions from anybody? Matt?
So I've been hearing about this for a while. Larry's told us about it. How would it look like to our residents here in Casa Grande? Like, would it be City of Casa Grande or Arizona Water? I know it's a partnership, but what would the face look like to people? And have we gotten that far yet?
Well, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Herman, if I can, just, a lot of that is going to be dependent on the intergovernmental agreement or agreements that we ultimately end up executing. Ultimately, what Mr. Steiner and I have been talking about primarily is that they become the operator, the wastewater operator on the east side, right? So ultimately, they would be, while we haven't got into a lot of details, they would be responsible for the day-to-day operations and the billing and everything that would transpire on that side. That is not unique to Casa Grande. As all of you know, we have an area to the west side that actually, where we would have a provider in Global Water, because they have the current 208 in the portion of our west side of our planning area particularly, but it does push up into our existing city limits. And so at least in my mind, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. Arizona Water would be the wastewater operator on the east side of the community.
And water, too.
And water as well, yes.
I have a quick question, Fred. So I noticed the 208 includes the Promenade and Mission Royale. So then would that wastewater then go to the east then? Would we intersect into our existing system, or would it remain part of the city of Casa Grande?
Mr. Mayor, again, it is a discussion that Fred and I have had a lot of discussion about. I will tell you that originally, and we learned this in some of the dialogue again with what we were seeing in the growth on the west side of the community, is that knowing that a provider has some level of base load, if you will, wastewater that would be available at the onset of the project really does change the dynamic and really change the perspective from an operations perspective. And we have had discussions about the potential of sewering anything east of Interstate 10 into these particular plants and reserving essentially the capacity that we would be gaining by not sending it to our existing plant. There are some components there related to rates and operations and the like that do become a bit complex. And so I will tell you from our perspective, and I think Fred would agree, we ultimately have elected to move forward with this proposed dialogue, this proposed partnership dialogue, with the idea of essentially starting with the developments that Fred talked about to begin with. If there is a point in time in the future where it is more just feasible and likely more efficient for our residents, then we would potentially look at sewering this to these locations on the east side. But today, they would continue to flow their effluent into the wastewater treatment plant off of Courtson Road.
Okay, and that's possible even with the new 208?
And I will be the first to say that this is where it gets a bit technical for me, and I'll ask Fred to certainly rescue me and or Kevin to come up and answer. My understanding is, as Fred has pointed out, we are going through 208 amendments for some of the changes that we've been making to our existing plant and the discharges and the like. And so we have an opportunity to do essentially an overlay in the east side area that is currently within the city's 208 to allow Arizona Water to essentially to be an operator in that area as well. Is that fair?
Spot on, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Matt?
And one more follow-up. You have a pretty impressive timeline here, and just I'm sure you have to go through the Corporation Commission and all that. Is that realistic, I hope?
Yeah,
it's out of our control.
No, great question, Councilman. It is a little aggressive, but we have a history of getting through these filings in about 6 months. So that's kind of what we've laid out.
Okay.
It may push a little longer, but we have stuff, I think, teed up, ready to go. It's really going to depend on how quick we can get our IGA and everything worked out with the city. We feel comfortable filing this CCN before we have the IGA completed, but we want to get far enough through the process with Larry and his team before we made that filing. Obviously, nothing is official until the commission approves it, and if for some reason we didn't come to terms on IGA, then the CCN wouldn't be granted. But once we get through those initial discussions, I feel comfortable we can make that filing to get the ball started.
Okay, yeah, I know we worked together, the city and Arizona Water, for a long time. And the other thing you said, Larry, briefly, that is very important is that it takes some pressure off of our existing wastewater treatment facility to open up some capacity there as well.
Right.
So for development on the west
And
side of the.
exactly.
You know.
And our industrial areas and the like.
And there's a lot to be said for that
Right.
too, so.
Yes.
Yeah, if I can, Mr. Mayor, just expand on that because it was going to be some of my closing points that I wanted to make the mayor and council aware of. At least in my mind, the IGA becomes the essentially the next document that the mayor and council will be responsible for considering that really sets the wheels in motion. But, you know, essentially, and you saw the presentation that Steve put together for the mayor and council, you can see that the technology is much different than our lagoon plant. And it really is a technology that's being used more and more frequently in some of these rapid growth areas. And the unique thing about at least from my knowledge, is that it's a plant that you can start small with. You're not having to build 1, 2, 3 million MGD a day to process. You ultimately are starting at a smaller scale that really aligns with the growth of the community or proposed growth of the area that it's going to serve. And so, and it's easily scaled. And as Fred has pointed out, there is really an alignment for a second plant to be built, some of that because of the recharge that we want to achieve in that area, which really becomes the key in all of this for Casa Grande's long term with the situation that we're dealing with the certificates and the like. I think that it really becomes an element that will allow us to have future development in Casa Grande at some point in time. And on the same side for the city is it essentially allows us to take capital that we may have expended or that the developer may have expended to run heavy main lines for not a whole lot of use for potentially decades. And it lets us allocate that capital in other projects like the $80 million we have underway with the expansions and the west side improvements and the like. And so there's certainly a lot of details that need to be finalized before we begin to introduce those to the mayor and council. I think from my perspective, it is one of the strategic goals that the mayor and council has asked staff to pursue, and that is to evaluate privatization. And we're doing that in this particular case. We're doing it with a entity that we've become very close with from a partnership perspective. We meet with Arizona Water regularly to ensure that we've got a good joint plan on a variety of fronts for our community. And so at the end of the day, it just seemed like a viable option that I wanted mayor and council to hear a bit about and to begin to consider. And as additional information is available, we'll be sharing that with you. Fred, I don't know if there's anything you want to say to.
No, I would just add on the partnership, you know, the company really, and myself personally, really value our partnership with the city of Casa Grande. I can say in the last 5 years, we put a lot of work into strengthening that relationship. Not that it wasn't strong before, but there's just so much more we can do to be lock and step with the city. There's so many opportunities that we've got to stay out in front of. And as Larry says, meet with Larry's team every month. I have one-on-ones with Richard Wilkie just to make sure we're in front of development issues. Just the things that we do, always making sure that we're more of an extension of the city than we are just the water company in the city. That's not my goal of where we want to be.
And I would just add to my comments in terms of as we move forward with this new technology and these new more modular type processing plants, that we also keep in mind how do we add to that processing plant to make us be able to reuse the water, right? So as a reusable water source. So I'm sure that you're thinking about that. I just wanted to make sure that I put my 2 cents in there.
Mayor, that's great comment. Where, you know, this plant will produce A+ effluent, which is the highest quality effluent a plant can produce. One of the reasons we want our first phase to be down in Post Ranch, they may be our first customers for some of the landscape that will reduce water demands.
Right.
And the reason we have the north facility regionally is want to be able to recover all that effluent and use it for the community, if not indirectly by recharge and recovery. You're exactly right.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Fred.
And also, I know, you know, this is a great option for us, especially as we see the growth on the east side of I-10. I know we're all excited for that. But I know what I paid attention to in your presentation is you talked about the phasing in and the flexibility. So I would imagine in the IGA, we'll probably see some of that as far as, you know, because we want to be prepared for development, but don't want to totally overcommit in that IGA. I don't know. Is that going to be something that will be in there?
Yeah, that has been our discussions to this point. We haven't really talked specifically about how that gets incorporated into the agreement yet. Fred may have some ideas already in his mind. It's my understanding that these plants could be scaled in certain volumes, if you will. Again, maybe that's something that Fred or Steve can opine on here for the mayor and council. But so essentially, you have to scale it along with what can be done capacity-wise. And so, but I don't know, Fred, do you have any thoughts on how we craft the agreement to grow the plant?
I haven't thought about how that would be in the agreement. I think it's a great question. But in working with Steve and Perk Water, again, they're very modular. So they look at creating a basin that can do a certain treatment process. And then as the plant expands, that equipment might be removed and that basin would be used for a different part of the process. So we're not building stuff and tearing it down. It's more modular. I think Steve kind of refers almost like Lego blocks, right? So as you build stuff, you can pull a piece of a block out and put new equipment in, and it'll go from, maybe a treatment basin to an equalization basin, so that really there becomes very little things, if anything, you would throw away. It's just modular and expansion. More repurposing. Yeah,
Right, okay.
And I do, if I can, Mr. Mayor, make this point to the issue related to the proper sizing to begin with, because we have met with a number of property owners on the east side of the interstate, and obviously there appears to be some level of activity with the single-family projects and developments, some of those that the mayor and council has recently entitled, and so they're aggressively pursuing utility solutions, in this case sewer utilities. And so I know that in the slide that Fred presented a bit ago that talked about those developers, we had to make an initial assessment of who we thought could be part of who would actually connect early on in the process, and that was the map that Fred had shown. But I do want the council to know that we had dialogue with a number of property owners. The mayor and council may recall that at one point in time we had an agreement with the East Side Sewer Group specifically to provide sewer services to a number of areas. Many of those developers, or many of those property owners today, I wouldn't necessarily call them a developer, wanted to understand what was being proposed in this particular project. They wanted to understand that they could at some point in time essentially buy capacity or know that capacity was going to be there. And at least from my perspective, this proposed project allows those things to transpire naturally as development begins to occur. Many of them have changed their plans for development because of a lack of cause in that area, so they're having to reevaluate what their ultimate development plans are going to be. But at least from my perspective, the proposal, and there's some obviously some additional details that we need to work on once we had this study session. But between the two plants, this area will be able to serve the entire east side region, and maybe even outside of that. And I only bring that to mayor and council's attention because early on we were in discussions with Pinal County about the potential of these plants serving some of the areas outside of the city limits. And really the advantage of doing that today is that you could take some of these lots that are acre in size, that they can be taken down to half-acre parcels and not have a septic, because they have a sewer solution that would give developers many more options in their development path. So I don't know if that's answering your question, but I wanted to make sure that the council was aware that we've had several meetings with a variety of property owners out there.
Great.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Fred. Appreciate it. All right, thank you, everybody, and we'll stand adjourned. We will reconvene. Give us 10 minutes here. We'll reconvene at 7:15 in the council meeting. All right. All right.
All right. All right. All right. All right.
Yes.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. We will call the meeting to order. And our first order of business tonight is our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. So I would ask that Pastor Robert Castro from the Calvary Chapel is here tonight to lead us in our invocation, and then please remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to be here to bring the invocation. And having said that, if you'll bow your hearts with me, please. Father in heaven, creator of the whole universe, as we come before you, Lord, and we pray that your Spirit, your Holy Spirit, would be here tonight and give each one of these council members wisdom. And Lord, I want to lift up our city. I know you love our city, and Lord, from our first responders to all the different departments represented here tonight. Lord, we pray for your guidance and protection. Lord, for each item that's going to be discussed here tonight, Lord, we pray for wisdom on that and pray that you would guide the council and those that are going to be bringing questions up. Lord, that what is best for our city and best for our citizens here in Casa Grande was what would go forward. And again, we thank you for tonight and thank you for your protection over all of this. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Thank you very much.
Our pledge. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Robert. Thank you, Anthony. All right, next is the roll call. Everyone's here except Donna, and she's on her sabbatical. So I would entertain a motion to make an excuse for her.
So moved.
Second?
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, so please note Donna is excused and everyone else is present. Thank you, Gloria. Next is item C, which is the minutes.
Mayor McFarland move that we approve the minutes of the council regular meeting of February 5th, 2024, as well as acceptance of the minutes of the Casa Grande Fire Personnel Retirement Board meeting of August 22nd, 2023. Consider the acceptance of the minutes of the Casa Grande Police Personnel Retirement Board, December 21st, 2023, and also the minutes from the Arts and Culture Commission meeting of January 8th, 2024, and accept the minutes of the Community Recreational Advisory Board regular meeting of June 22nd, 2023.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Claims against the city, item D1.
Mayor McFarland, I move to accept and pay the claims dated January 31st, 2024 through February 13th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I abstain.
And one,
Yep.
okay. And Lisa is abstaining. Okay. We just need a simple majority for that, right? Okay, thank you. Meeting agenda approval. Any changes? Staff have any changes? Larry, anything?
We have no changes, Mr. Mayor.
Anyone up here have any changes? Anything you want to? Okay. All right, seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. We do have some special presentations tonight. So the first is item F1, the swearing in of our new police officers. Congratulations, gentlemen. And Malcolm Buckner, Cody Navarranjado. No, I said
Naranjo.
butchered that really bad. How do you say it again?
Naranjo.
Naranjo. Okay. Sorry, Cody. I'll just call you Cody. Is that right? All right. And Trey Giuffre and Joshua Samuel. So, gentlemen, if you would come forward. Supervisor.
Got it free, right?
Yep, I knew I got that one. All right, our next agenda item is item F2, which is a presentation discussion related to the election update.
Yes.
Gloria?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I've been serving as a city clerk and conducting elections for, gosh, I guess I might as well say it, like 32 years. So that sort of tells you how long I've been doing this, a very, very long time. And throughout my election years, we've had some election changes. This past February 9th, at a little after 9 o'clock, our governor signed House Bill 2785. Initially, I didn't get word till Saturday. Once I got the word, I thought, oh my God, this is going to make some very drastic changes to our individuals who were circulating petitions. And that is because House Bill 2785 affected numerous sections of Title 16, which is our elections procedures. But what specifically triggered an alarm for me was an amendment to section, gosh, what section is that? Section 16664, section 20, which changed our primary election date. Our primary election date was scheduled for August 6, 2024, and this House bill changed it to July 30th of 2024. What that meant for us here and throughout the state of Arizona, that we had our candidates currently circulating petitions. And we also had our equal electronic petitions that our candidates were also circulating. So I was in here that following Sunday after this bill trying to notify all of the candidates that you had to pull back the petitions that you were circulating, your hard copies, and you had to close, they had to close their electronic nomination petitions so I could create a new one and they could go in and establish a new electronic nomination petition. The initial analysis from the League of Arizona Cities and Towns was that if anybody signed the petition after the bill was signed on February 9th, those nomination petitions may be considered invalid. So we needed to make sure that we were able to get new nomination petitions to all of our candidates. So we were able to do that, and we've updated all of our information online, and our hard copies are also now updated to have our new election date of July 30th. Another section that might affect us, we're not sure yet, the League is currently doing an analysis of that also, is that there was another section in Title 16 under 16550, which now states in there that during any election in which there is a federal office being considered, that cities might have to be open. Well, it says that cities and towns would have to be open the weekend before the election and the weekend after in order to cure any early voting ballots, any provisional ballots. However, the city of Casa Grande contracts with Pinal County to provide those services. So currently, the League is doing an analysis of whether or not that would apply to cities if you contract with a county. So those are the two big areas that affected cities and towns. There were a number of other changes in Title 16, but primarily those are the two sections that affected the cities. So just wanted to give you a quick update. Since we did call for the election already, we have posted the information on our website and have all the information on hard copy also available with a corrected date. I don't know, Brett, if you wanted to add anything else.
No, I think Gloria, thank you. The only point is I think the league had kind of come out and put everyone in a panic, regarding the ballots. But, my reading of the bill is that if someone had was circulating petitions with that August 6th date on them, they won't be invalid just because of that date. Can't promise you that, but it would certainly be something on a challenge only. We will not be turning anybody's petitions away on the basis of the date of the signature and what they had. I think it really impacts any candidates that begin circulating petitions after that, February 9th date in particular. But to Gloria's point, best practices would say if you're starting a new petition, a new page or otherwise, use that July 30th date just to be safe.
Okay.
Any questions from anyone? Thank you, Gloria.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, then we'll move to, there's no action on that one, so we'll move to consent agenda. All items listed with an asterisk are considered routine matters and will be enacted by one motion and one roll call vote at the council. There'll be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or member of the public so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered in its normal sequence of the agenda. Does anybody have anything you want to remove from the agenda? Anybody from the audience? The public? Okay. Seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Bob.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for approval of the consent agenda as submitted.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next is our public comments. I do have 2 speaker cards, but I think they're for specific public hearings. So we'll hold those for the public hearing, if that's okay with you all who have signed this. I think one's L1 and one's L5, so both those are public hearings tonight. So you'll have an opportunity then to speak during that time frame, unless you want to speak now. It's certainly open. So I'm opening the floor, so if there's anybody who would like to address the council, just with a reminder that these comments are not agendized, so we cannot comment on them. And I'd like to ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes and state your name and address for our records. So anybody here would like to address the council? Okay. Seeing none, then I'm going to close the public comments, and we'll move to our boards and commissions. We have several appointments tonight. First of all is J1, which is considered the appointment of Gary Rich and Mindy McWhorter Dawkins to the Community Services Advisory Board with terms to extend through February 1st, 2027. Are either of them here? I don't see them. All right, well, just first of all, I want to thank them for their service. This is a volunteer position, and we do appreciate the public and our constituents participating in this process. Any comments or questions from the council? Seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion to approve item J1 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Congratulations to Gary Rich and Mindy McWhorter Dawkins. Thank you both for your service. Item J2 is consider the appointment of Scott Elliott to the Airport Advisory Board with terms to extend through September 8th of 2026. I don't think I see Scott here either. So anyway, just thank you to him and appreciate his willingness to serve. He is a new member actually on the board. So any comments or questions? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you, Scott, for your service. And the last one is J3. This is consider the appointment of Don Sherbo to the Board of Adjustments to a term to extend through November 17 of 2026. Don is not here either, so, okay. Well, thank you, Don, for your service, appreciate it. If there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion to approve his appointment.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations to Don Sherbo, and thank you again for your service. Next, we'll move into ordinances, resolutions. Item K1, consider the approval of the installation of Bob Mitchell's tribute marker at the forefront of City Hall. Scott?
Mayor McFarland, members of the council, it's my privilege tonight to represent the Bob Mitchell Tribute Committee, following up on the presentation that we made this evening in study session. I should point out that the conversation has been been involved with Bob's family, and Connie, Bob's wife, was not able to be with us this evening. Hopefully she's watching at home. But we've given you the basics of the where and the why and the how, understanding that this is a recommendation coming from a committee that was put together. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Jerry Sullivan and putting the committee together and guiding the committee through the process. Tremendous involvement from everybody. I especially enjoyed myself listening to and sharing stories about Bob Mitchell over the course of time, particularly with John Kashner and Nick DePadre, who I don't interface with that much. And so it just was delightful to be able to share those stories along the way. Again, this is going to be a public fundraising campaign. There'll be no city funds involved. The Kiwanis Club locally is going to be kind of heading that up, and any funds that are collected in excess of the cost of the marker will be put into a scholarship fund in honoring Bob as well. Again, we proposed to put the tribute marker out in front of City Hall here, facing the building over by the clock area. And you've seen a picture of the monument marker this evening. It has the cougar head indicating Bob's many years of service as a teacher, and then the city logo is recognition of him as the Planning and Zoning Commissioner, as the mayor, city council member, and then as deputy city magistrate as well. And then we'll be using his council picture in the middle of that marker as well. So with that, answer any questions. Former Mayor Walton and Jerry are still here from the committee. They would stand to answer any questions that you might have as well.
Any questions?
Questions?
I went through it in study session, so I think you guys answered all the questions we probably had. So, all right, appreciate it. Thank you, Scott. Well, then I'll entertain a motion to approve the installation of Bob Mitchell's tribute marker at the forefront of City Hall.
So moved.
Second.
Motion in a couple seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. It is done. You just have to raise some money now. Let us know if you can share that with Larry so maybe we can all help participate. All right, next is our public meetings and public hearings. This is item L1. This is considering the approval of resolution number 5624 and also approval of an ordinance number 3408. Obviously, we'll vote on them separately, but I'm assuming you're going to talk about them both together.
Correct. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So the item here tonight is known as the Roping Ridge annexation, and as you mentioned, we're going to be discussing the recommended adoption of the infrastructure and services plan associated with the annexation itself, and then also authorizing initial zoning designations for this property. Little background information about the Roping Ridge area. It's slightly over 218 acres in size, and it has been found to meet the statutory requirements for annexation eligibility regarding contiguity. If you notice, the boundary of the proposed annexation area goes up to Early Road on the north, where it adjoins the current city boundary, and then about 600 feet or so west of Arizola, where it also adjoins the city boundary. And then it does dip to the south at different levels. Zion Street is one southern border. And then as you see going further west, it sits parallel but not all the way to Jimmy Kerr. And then on the east side of the annexation area, it's along the Colorado Street alignment. In October, City Council did hold a public hearing regarding this, or an initial annexation meeting, I should say, regarding this proposed annexation. There were a few members in the audience who had raised some concerns. There was objection raised by a property owner within the annexation area, just at what would be the northeast corner of Peart and Zion. They were concerned that they would no longer be allowed the same uses once they were annexed into the city than what they had in the county. Other property owners, however, were in the audience to express support. One member did express the desire to also be included, have their property included within the annexation. However, at that point, it was too late. Then on January 24th, there was a signed annexation petition filed at Pinell County. And of all the signatures gathered by the applicant, it represented 53% of the ownership within the annexation area. And of those 53% of the owners who signed was reflective of 90% of the total overall value of the property within the annexation area. So that did meet other statutory requirements regarding eligibility. You have to have 51% of the ownership sign, and of the ownership that's signed, it has to represent at least 51% of the value. So it met both tests. So as we indicated, the request this evening is to adopt the infrastructure and services plan associated with this annexation via resolution, and then also the approval of the annexation itself and the initial zoning via ordinance. Now, currently, I should say that upon annexation, we are requesting the following initial zoning designations. The largest area would go from general rural to urban ranch, identified in green. And then where Horizon Health is located in blue would go from a county zoning of transitional to single-family residential, because that's most similar to their current zoning without giving them more zoning rights. And then up towards the northeastern area of the annexation area, there's two parcels that will go from multifamily in the county to R3, which is our multifamily residential, and that's in that yellow goldish color, and then the red is going from C3, which is a county business type zoning, to B2. It is recommended that the mayor and city council approve a resolution adopting the infrastructure and services plan, and it also is recommended that city council approve an ordinance adopting the annexation of the following zone districts: Urban Ranch, R1, B2, and R3. And that concludes my presentation.
Go ahead.
I'll go.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff.
Just a quick question.
Go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you. He said, hold on, Jeff. In regards to the zoning, you made mention of there was maybe some residents that rejected it. I'm looking at right at Zion Street, and the residents right there was blocked off. Is that because they did not want to be annexed in?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, are you asking why the cutoff was at Zion?
Correct. Instead of right on down. And
well, it was mainly to meet the eligibility requirements for contiguity. In order to draw the annexation boundary that was acceptable to meet all of the criteria, the main petitioner of the annexation needed to include some additional parcels that weren't his. And I think he was trying to be choiceful as to not include too many extra parcels, because that would mean that those parcel owners would be potentially not wanting to participate in the annexation. But it was decided to cut it off at Zion. All of those parcels on the north side of Zion needed to be included because it would leave little enclaves of county, which would call into question the eligibility for annexation, because you'd be leaving these narrow gaps of county.
Mr. Lavender?
James, I'm just curious on, you said 53% of the owners voted in favor and 47% didn't. What was the actual vote totals?
So there is 13 unique owners within the annexation area. So we got 7 owners of property to sign.
And then how many owners didn't vote?
There would be 6.
No, you said there only 90% of the property value didn't voted, so there were some that did not vote, correct?
Oh, of those 7 signatories that we received, the land that they owned within the annexation area equaled 90% of the overall value of the property within the annexation area.
So the 7 owners, the 7 people that voted yes owned 90% of the value.
They owned land that was representative of 90% of the value.
So all the owners voted?
So there's not really a vote per se, but they have to sign an annexation petition. And what we do is we look through those signatures to verify if those signatures are in fact of the owners reflected per the assessor records. And we also look at the assessed value of their property to come to that decision.
So there are 13 people that could have signed and only 7 did
Correct.
sign. And 6 chose not to sign.
Correct.
Thank you.
Do we know if they asked them all, or?
I do not know. I would be willing to guess that he did not ask the person who was here to express opposition. And then the city did reach out to the Casa Grande Historic Society, who owns the cemetery. And they didn't indicate that they weren't willing to sign, but they had some questions, and unfortunately time got away in trying to schedule an opportunity to discuss with them why they maybe should consider signing, or maybe some reasons why they shouldn't, and we didn't ultimately obtain a signature from them.
Okay. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
James, I know I asked you this last time we saw this, and I apologize for asking again, but you touched on the cemetery that's there. Is there any special concerns or protections for the cemetery?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think that's a good question that we will have to evaluate when the property around the cemetery goes in for its rezone from urban ranch to whatever ultimate special zoning that may ultimately be proposed. At that point, we could look at implementing certain conditions that will help buffer the cemetery property from development near it. And then again, there'll be an opportunity at the major site plan to ensure that site features are taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, over there, that little square.
All right. Seeing no more questions, this is a public hearing. And I do have one speaker card for this L1. So Tina, you want to speak?
Just for clarification, it is not actually a public hearing because you've already held that, but you always have the discretion to allow people.
Well, since I told her not to come up until this time,
Right.
then I think I'll allow it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mayor and City Council and staff, thank you so much. I'm Tina Cramp. I live at 15188 West Early Road, so I'm definitely right in the northwest section that is still the county. I've had the opportunity to attend all the planning and zoning meetings in the process of this whole thing, and also previously at a City Council meeting. Just a couple of questions for clarification. When the north, because it speaks in here, and I don't know which one of these ordinances, so I'm just talking at the beginning. So I know that it talks about when the Roping Ridge annexation, we're okay with obviously the incorporation. We're not speaking against that. We're not, because we were obviously the residents that live over there in our section is for the annexation, because we want to start the process to also pull our properties in. So the annexation's not the question. It's the zoning, the original zoning, that is going to go in. You showed a picture a while ago with the green, and it's going to the urban ranch on the side where we're at. Then down in two more ordinances down further, we're going to change that urban ranch to PAD. In that changing to the PAD, which I understand is multi-use and obviously the perfect fit for right over there, the concern that we have is how that's going to come out. How does that zone out in a PAD? If you could give some clarification on that, because one of the concerns obviously that we've had all along is approving that to be high density right off the bat. There's no end user yet, and we go straight in for the highest density approval. And then we all know, because I've been watching this a lot, that it's really difficult. Once something is set in one zoning and somebody buys that property, they want to put whatever's already approved on there, and it's an act of Congress almost to get that zoning to be reduced. I would like to see if that is something that's going to be considered. I'd like for you to consider that. Let's not approve that right off the bat for R3 right in there, because we're approving a lot of R3, a lot of high density at this point for where we're at right now in our city. And be thinking about, I know this is not going to happen in the next year. We know it's going to be down the line. But if we're going to be zoning things and being smart about how we grow our community and how we develop our community, it would be well worth it to consider maybe if this is something in the PAD that can be discussed tonight, that maybe we back that down a little bit when we get to that point and maybe come in at an R2. And then if there's an end user that comes in that says, I really want to put more, we'll have that conversation when that time comes. But that's the concern that we have off the bat. We understand, like I said, we know that PAD over there going mixed in with some light industrial, and the end use of mixing use over there is a perfect location for that. But just the concern is still out there of going right for the highest density possible when you make the original decision. So consider that, think about that, and if it comes back, I'll be back again at another meeting if that comes back up. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Probably should have asked that question on the PAD.
Yeah, that's L.
Yes, Mayor.
L3.
L3.
Yeah, we are going to have a public hearing on L3, which will be the consideration of the PAD for the property across from her property, yes.
All right, well, I'll keep your speaker card, and if you have a question when we get to L3, then I'll allow you to come back up. How's that? Okay? Okay. So this is on the rezoning, or the annexation. So anyone else here to comment? I mean, it's not a public hearing, but I will allow it since I've made an exception already. All right, seeing none, then we will consider approval of resolution number 5624 first. Gloria?
Resolution number 5624, a resolution of the council in the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting the Roping Ridge Annexation Area Infrastructure and Services Plan.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of resolution number 5624 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next is considering approval of ordinance number 3408. Gloria?
Ordinance number 3408, an ordinance extending and increasing the corporate limits of the city of Casa Grande, Pinal County, State of Arizona, pursuant to the provisions of Title IX, Chapter 4, Article 7, Arizona Revised Statutes, and amendments thereto, by annexing thereto certain territory contiguous to the existing city limits of the city of Casa Grande, known as the Roping Ridge Annexation, and authorizing initial zoning of urban ranch, single-family, general business, and multifamily residential for certain properties within said territory.
Mayor McFarland, I would move for approval of ordinance number 3408 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, we'll move to item L2, which is a public hearing. This is on approval of resolution number 5273.27.
Right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, actually, I would like to talk about this agenda item coupled with the next one on the agenda, if that's possible, because they're kind of joined at the hip.
Sure,
That's
go
okay.
ahead.
All right. And it'll kind of kill two birds with one stone.
That works.
So both of these agenda items are associated with the proposed Peartley Point planned area development. The request would be to rezone the property from what was just now newly established as urban ranch to Peartley Point planned area development. But in so doing, in order for council to consider the PAD zoning, you are also being asked to first consider a minor general plan amendment, as this area is within the Phase 2 growth area of the city. Whenever a change of zoning is proposed that results in an increase in density, then council would have to first consider changing the general plan through a minor amendment process to place the property into Phase 1. So the last agenda item, we talked about the Roping Ridge annexation area. The proposed Peartley Point PAD sits on the west side of the annexation area, all of the property west of Peart Road. And I kind of refer to it as the Nevada parcel because it kind of reminds me of the state of Nevada there. So based on the initial zoning that council had just voted for, this property is now zoned urban ranch. It was general rural in the county. Urban ranch is the most equivalent without providing more uses and entitlements. And it's approximately 108 acres in size. The proposed Peartley Point PAD envisions a light industrial area towards the south side of the PAD. That would be the area closest to Jimmy Kerr, where there are already industrial uses, closer to the railroad tracks, closer to transportation routes for possible light industrial development. And then what's proposed north of there is to serve as a transition from that industrial area to the south and the single-family residential development to the north. So what's proposed along the north side of the PAD is a mixture of both medium-density multifamily, high-density multifamily, and then commercial at the hard corner. As I mentioned, what council will have to consider as well as a minor general plan amendment. Currently, this parcel is within the Phase 2 growth area, and the request would be to place it into the Phase 1 growth area. The difference between those two growth areas is just basically Phase 2 are those properties that are determined to be a little bit further away from city services and infrastructure, and being able to demonstrate that the property can be served in a way very similar to Phase 1. And of course, it's very logical It's immediately contiguous with existing development, and so it can easily be a phase one site because it's just an extension of existing utilities and services. The staff report goes into the criteria in greater detail, but basically this is what has to be evaluated when considering minor amendments to the general plan for phase two to phase one. And now I would like to talk about the next agenda item. Of course, you'll be voting on these separately, but the real crux of this is the zone change itself from urban ranch to PAD. There is a series of criteria that have to be evaluated. The staff report does talk about these in more depth, but I want to talk about the two highlighted items specifically. First is conformance with the city's general plan. So the Peartley Point PAD sits within two general plan land use areas. On the south side, it is within commerce and business, which does support light industrial type uses, and so that is fitting for that general plan category. And then the north part of the PAD that's in the yellow is within the neighborhoods general plan category. Now, neighborhoods does support a mixture of low density, medium, and high density development. If medium density is proposed, it's limited to a site size of 25 acres. And as you see, that is what this PAD is proposing, a 25 gross acre site for medium density, which is up to 12 dwelling units per acre. And then the neighborhoods general plan category also allows high density sites no larger than 20 acres. And that is also what is being proposed here. Within the neighborhoods category, high density is considered up to 24 dwelling units per acre. The neighborhoods category also supports neighborhood scale commercial on sites no larger than 30 acres. And the commercial that is proposed within this PAD is 8.1 acres. I should also indicate that another general plan criteria is that within a half mile of proposed multifamily, there can't be any more than 20% of properties within that half mile that are either already designated or developed as multifamily. If it exceeds that 20%, it would be a conflict with the general plan. And so when running the analysis on this site, within a half mile of this area, it only hits the R3 area, which is just now been incorporated into the city on the far northeast end of the Roping Ridge area, but it's well under the 20% threshold. We also look at goals and action steps that support the proposed use. And so one of the goals is the spatial form and design of developments and neighborhood areas should be transit friendly and appropriate to adjoining land uses. And an action step to achieve that goal is to design neighborhoods so that housing, jobs, retail, and community services are within walking and biking distance of each other to provide opportunities for residents to lead a healthy lifestyle. So what this PAD proposes is to design a multi-use area where you do have employment to the south and then housing for that employment along the north side, as well as a commercial area, so that someone could theoretically work, live, and shop within that shape of Nevada there. We also look at the fact that goal does speak to adjacent properties, and you do have the single-family areas to the north that we do need to be sensitive about with regard to compatibility of multifamily next to the single-family area on the other side of Peart. And on an upcoming slide, I'm going to talk about some of the proposed development standards that help address that compatibility. Another goal, though, talks about developing economically competitive regional centers of commercial activity. And the action step associated with that is to support site design that includes incremental growth strategies and considers opportunities for redevelopment in the next generation of commercial development. So it intends to achieve that goal by planning for connectivity between these land use areas so that they support one another. There will potentially be an internal circulation so that people don't have to travel by car. They could, like I mentioned before, work and live and shop relatively within the same area. The other criteria that we look at is the community need. So mixed use PAD employment base is what the applicant is going for. And this also is ideal where this is proposed because the location has close access to the growing industrial area to the west. So not only is this site itself proposing industrial, but the idea is that this multifamily is well positioned because of all of the industrial areas not too far west of here that is generating a lot of employment, and this will be a housing option for that. The other aspect is, I know that there's been a lot of conversation lately about whether or not there has been too much multifamily approved, and we did reach the conclusion that currently we have met our demand for a while. However, we also considered the fact that there are areas of the community that probably could support some multifamily given the particulars. The fact that this area is close to the industrial, the growing industrial sector to the west, and the fact that there is not any multifamily in this vicinity does present an opportunity for a multifamily product to add to the housing variety. Another criteria is the adequacy of the plan with respect to land use. As I mentioned on the previous slide, we do want to look at the compatibility between the multifamily proposed within the PAD and the single-family development on the north side of Early. So firstly, I want to mention that Early is designated as a minor arterial road. Only a half street is there right now. But when, if Peartley Point were to be approved and the sites just immediately to the south side of Early go to develop, they would be required to dedicate additional right-of-way so that the total right-of-way width from the south right-of-way boundary to the north right-of-way boundary will result in 110 feet. I would say compare that to Cottonwood Lane. You have 2 lanes in each direction, a raised median, bike lane, sidewalk, etc. And so arterial roads do serve as a good separation of uses, and it also is well placed from a traffic management standpoint because arterial roads do have a higher capacity for travel. The PAD does propose a minimum of a 30-foot setback for buildings from the front property line, both along Early as well as from Peart. And the reason, actually along Peart, it's greater, it's at 35 feet. The reason why it's a greater setback along Peart is because you have industrial use, which is less of a compatible factor when considering that some of the adjacent properties on the east side of Peart are also single-family residential. So there's a slightly greater setback proposed, but Peart is also a wider right-of-way. It is ultimately going to be 140 feet wide. So it by its very nature does provide some additional separation coupled with a slightly greater setback. And then as far as the maximum heights proposed for the areas, the medium density would have a maximum height of 30 feet. The high-density area would be 35 feet. The industrial area would be a height of 45, and then the commercial area's maximum height is 30. I should mention that, there is a lot of sensitivity, particularly not only for the urban ranch zone properties on the north side of Early that sit to the northwest, but on the, towards the eastern side of this area on the north is the Tuscany subdivision. So one of the things that we looked at is the Tuscany perimeter wall from the right-of-way is 30 feet. So they themselves have a 30-foot setback from where their rear property line sits and where their right-of-way starts. And in the Tuscany development, along that southern boundary, they're all single-story homes. So the reason why that's somewhat of an advantage is the views of the single-family homes to what they're seeing on the other side of the wall is not as impacted because they're not necessarily now looking out their second-story window seeing development. Their point of view is a little bit more minimized due to the single-story nature. Regarding the public notification, we followed that which is required by code. And we did receive a phone call the evening before Planning Commission, and I believe the person who phoned that on January 3rd did attend and speak at the January 4th Planning Commission meeting. There were several residents who did provide comments, and that's been reflected in the minutes. Basically, the contention was they felt that Early will be too busy of a road. I think they see the fact that east of Peart, it's been closed for a while. It's under construction due to the improvements associated with Carlton Commons. Early's being widened in that area, and there's some utilities being ran. And so I think they were coming from the perspective of, if development happens right now and that section of Early is still closed, it is really going to be congested. But I think this is a situation where right now it's the applicant's asking for the zoning, and it wouldn't be until the time of the major site plan when we would look at traffic impact analysis to see exactly what would have to be mitigated from a traffic and utility standpoint. And then also there was a comment shared that there really was a preference to see single-family homes or for sale dwelling units in that area. And truly that would be the most compatible because it would be like for like. You have single-family lots on the north side of Early, so sure, single-family lots on the south side of Early would truly be the most compatible. However, immediately south of that area would be industrial. So there is a purpose to have some transition from industrial to multifamily, which is a little bit more tolerant to industrial uses. But the biggest reason is this Peartley Point area does not have certificates of assured water supply. And that would be needed if a single-family residential subdivision was proposed involving more than 5 lots. So from a residential standpoint, really the only type of residential that would be allowed there is a rental type product, or some sort of subdivision that doesn't result in more than 5 splits. So the first recommendation, I understand you will have to probably vote and discuss them separately, but this presentation goes through both of them, is regarding the minor amendment to the general plan. At a vote of 6-0, Planning Commission did move to forward that the City Council forward a recommendation of approval for the minor general plan amendment to place this area into the Phase 1 growth area. And then the second, which is the second agenda item pertaining to roping, or Peartley Point, there's a typo there, sorry, the Peartley Point PAD, is on a vote of 5-1, they moved to forward to City Council a recommendation of approval of the zone change from Urban Ranch to Peartley Point. However, subject to one condition, which is our standard condition requiring right-of-way dedication for Peart or Early, if that is needed ahead of development, which is when we would normally be able to secure the right-of-way dedication. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions? Go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead.
James, I'm going to ask a question first for an explanation, but isn't there a rule, a requirement, a law about when a property is annexed that the county zoning will follow it as to something that's as close as possible? And does that guide or prohibit our ability to zone it at the same time that we're annexing it?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Huddleston, so technically right now the property is zoned urban ranch. It's the most similar to the county's general rural zone. Should you decide to deny the Peartley Point PAD request this evening, the property would stay urban ranch, which is, like I say, the most similar to what it was in the county general rural. And there is no time limit on it. That within the same meeting, that initial zoning that was just approved moments ago with the annexation can be changed to something more intense. There isn't a wait period, so to speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Lisa?
So there's a little more flexibility.
Right.
Keeping it urban ranch. Can you go to the slide that breaks out the, how many times it's divided? I think it's the next one maybe. There you go. So if we approve the PAD and these designations are there, is there, and, I'm listening to what our speaker asked, as far as, once we approve something, it's set at that, and we, once it goes to major site plan, then we can do some of the other studies. But if we approve the PAD, is there flexibility with those designations and those sites, or these are the actual
Fixed.
are they fixed at these sites are broken down into these 4 lots, I should say, right?
I believe
Does that make sense? the
Paul's going
question?
to address
Okay.
it, yes.
So a couple of things regarding that question. First off, at the medium density area, that would allow residential development up to 12 DUs per acre. But that's 12 DUs is the maximum. The kind of developments you might see in medium density, almost all our build-to-rents are in that category. Those, of course, are some single family, some duplexes, some triplex. We have other small, medium density developments that have duplexes and triplexes as well. But again, that's the maximum density, and we do have to have a finding of use-to-use compatibility when we consider the major site plan. So when we saw a major site plan for that, it doesn't mean that the Planning Commission would have to grant the maximum density. They could require some lower density within that range, right, to be compatible with the adjacent land uses. So, and then of course, high density is the same thing, and that's 20 DUs per acre maximum. Those actual densities are determined at the time of major site plan with a further analysis of use-to-use compatibility with what's around it.
Okay.
So it's not done.
So there'll be public hearings for people to come give input and everything, so that's the maximum. Of course, you like the idea of mixed use. We talk about this all the time. But, you want to look at compatibility in the neighbors and I'm glad, James, you talked about the discussions on apartments and our inventory and, our product mix and where we're going. Because we have this study, but have we made any, vision, changes on where we are? But I understand the need in this area, but you just like a little bit of flexibility and the community input when it gets closer to development here.
Matt?
So, yeah, I think the biggest challenge with this is the lack of the cause. right? So that's what's driving a lot of this. And as we've seen with a lot of our major site plans lately, how it's scaled back for setbacks, which is still going to be talked about, right? And as well as, maybe the lower story, the lower height buildings. Single story raising into two, or I guess 30 foot's 3-story technically.
I think that you theoretically could probably fit 3 stories and 30 feet, but that it would be really tight.
Okay, so probably more like
Usually
2-story.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's something that would be done at the site plan, so everyone understands that, because we're not making a decision on what it's going to look like on the site. But again, that's kind of the only options they have right now, because they've divided it 4 times. So I guess they could have one more, divide the light industrial in half and still be okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah. James, can you explain if it was voted to go to phase 1 but not voted to go to the R3, what would be the offshoot of that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lavender, there really would be no downside. The property, regardless of what's proposed there, really does, in my opinion, belong in phase 1. You don't have to do a minor general plan amendment to phase 1 only if there's another request coinciding with it. I think it's appropriate, especially since you just adopted the infrastructure and services plan, acknowledging that this area is or can feasibly be served by services and infrastructure. It's kind of, lends itself to that phase 1.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the first part's phase 1, the second part is a PAD, right? So
Right.
it's not it's not necessarily an R3, it's a PAD.
Right. R3's on the.
Right, is up here on
I
the right.
understand.
Okay, so, anyway, and I think to Matt's point, this isn't a final, I mean, there's still,
A lot of public
A lot of
hearings.
public hearing, a lot of development plans still to be done. And there is, I mean, because all along Jimmy Kerr, that's a mishmash of all kinds of light industrial that's along Jimmy Kerr. And to expect single family to go backing up to that is probably not realistic. So what's the best use for this land? And what's best use for the community? But also realizing that Early Road is a major feeder. That goes all the way over to Mission Royale and then obviously connects to Jimmy Kerr. And so it's going to be pretty wide street, right? Did you say 130 feet?
110.
110 feet wide. So basically 5 lanes, right? So it's a 5-lane road. So there's going to be some separation between that southern piece and the homes on the north.
And James, was there any discussion on just keeping it medium density instead of the 2 separate high and medium?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Fitzgibbons, that's a fantastic question, because technically, because of the neighborhood's general plan category, a medium density residential site is capped at 25 acres. So there would technically be a way that they could do that. They could request multiple 25-acre maximum medium density sites. However, it would have to really get into the weeds and propose different products. So it would have to be very specific that one medium density area is for build to rent, and another one would be for maybe rented inline rentable townhome type product. It would have to really describe and define the specific product in order for us to consider them separate sites.
Any comments, questions? No? Anybody else? All right. It's a public hearing, so I'm going to open the floor. There's 2 items here in question, is L2 and L3. Is there anybody here who would like to speak? Yeah, it's separate, two separate public
And-
hearings.
And just from a technical perspective, we will need to open the public hearing for L2, and then you'll need to vote on that before you hold the public hearing
Okay.
on L3.
All right, thank you. So L2 is the adoption of moving it from phase 2 to phase 1. Okay. Is there anybody who would like to speak to that public hearing, L2? All right, seeing none, then I'm going to close that public hearing and then call for a resolution number, Gloria.
Resolution number 5273.27. A resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting a minor amendment to the city of Casa Grande General Plan 2030 as adopted by resolution number 5273 by changing the growth area from phase 2 to phase 1 for approximately 108.52 acres of property generally located at the southwest corner of Yearly Road and Peart Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of resolution number 5273.27 as presented.
Second.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. Okay, now let's move to item L3, which we just heard about also, and I will open the public hearing for L3, which is the changing it to a PAD, the zoning
Yes.
to a PAD.
I need to do my address and all that stuff again.
I got it.
So, doesn't matter. Tina Cramp, 15188 West Early Road, Casa Grande. So thanks for the information. I think it did help a lot, and I did speak too soon, sorry. I'm still in the same mindset as what I talked about first. However, I do agree with two things. One is jumping the gun on doing the PAD right now on the way that it was presented, when we don't even know if that is what, yes, it does work for that, but my concern is that we're going to approve, you are going to approve, not we, but you guys are going to approve the PAD tonight as presented with the existing high density, medium density, and all of that in place. And then when we do get an end user for it and they do come in, then it's going to be an uphill fight trying to get adjustment or trying to get some figuring on use of that property. I understand the medium density, I understand the 25. I do believe, I would hope that, and you could confirm if I'm incorrect, that if it come to that, the city council would have the authority to make a decision on changing the amount of acreage that can be used in a high density and a medium density area, I would hope. But I still stand behind that. I think that I agree that you're trying to get that. I'm not sure how many miles. I'm really bad on directions, but the new apartment complex that's going in on Truckle and at the corner of Truckle and Jimmy Kerr, like a 9-iron probably for Gary, but probably not even a driver for me. It's going to take 2 of that. But there's apartments going in right over there. I don't know if that's a half mile. If that's a half mile away, I'm not sure, but there's a lot of apartments going in right there, close to us. So saying that there's nothing around the area, not sure about that. So anyways, I'm going to stand behind that. I really would like you to consider the use of that in this PAD as presented, maybe make an amendment to the PAD, or maybe hold off on approving it until we can get some more information on an end user, or maybe some mixed use of the property of the high density. Those are 3-story, 24 units per acre. That's a lot across the street. And then you're going to have next to it, you're going to have up to 12 right next to it. That's a lot right across the street. So, and that's light industrial. It's not industrial. I'm being told it's light industrial. So it's not like manufacturing. It's not like big industrial where you're going to have people in there that's going to want to do that. If it's similar to what's on Jimmy Kerr now, you're going to have some uses that are going to be mixed that you might not. I love the idea of it. The concept is amazing. In planning, I love those concepts and things that are in planning, how we, try to plan out that stuff. I still just don't believe that we need to, at this point and at this juncture, just make that approval right across the board tonight on approving that PAD as it's presented with that type of use. So, thank you very much for listening again.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on this matter?
Evening, Mayor McFarland, members of the council. My name is Greg Davis. I'm actually the applicant on the project, a land planner, and been working on this site for over a year now. So I thought I would be able to give a presentation a little earlier. Might have answered a few of the questions you have, but Jim did such a good job, comprehensive. Most of my presentation has already been spoken of, so I'll try to save you from regurgitating that information. But I do think a little discussion about kind of what our vision was and some of the updates about the project would be helpful in your consideration of the request. So, do I need to turn it on, or is it? All right.
It's not up.
Yeah, I don't see it. I'm pressing the button. It's going to be a really, really short presentation. So, all right, thank you. So, at the P&Z meeting, a couple topics came up that we didn't discuss, and so that's kind of the purpose of what this presentation is. It's not a lot of the details of the project. It's more of the philosophical origins of it and some of the things we've done to address it since that point. But the basis of the project is we're really trying to create that live, work, play experience. And as a land planner, it's very exciting to be able to do that. Very few of my clients have that kind of vision. And so when we're able to put that together on any piece of property is always a good thing in my opinion. So let's see if I can go through here. So just a couple points I want to make about the project when we talk about the question of, how much is too much multifamily in the city is, that's a very philosophical question, and I think you need to really break it down and look at each individual site to see if it's appropriate, because you may have too much of any land use, but if it's not distributed correctly, it doesn't serve the interests of the town. And so this project, although the focus is on multifamily, it's actually a small portion of the project. The majority of the project is for industrial use. We had the general plan amended last fall, so where you see the light industrial up there does match the general plan as it's approved today. So we have about 55 acres of that industrial development, about 8 to 9 acres of the commercial, and then we have the two multifamily residential parcels. We talked about the holistic design, and that's what this really is. It isn't meant for each of these components to be built and live separately. They are dependent on each other. They are symbiotic in nature. We don't think that the project will be successful if we're missing a component of it, and that's why we've kind of come in with the PAD overlay instead of each individual land use, which you might be used to seeing. And again, it promotes the live, work, play ethos of the general plan. Now, when we were working with staff and we asked the question about all the recent approvals of multifamily, we kind of looked at, well, what's been approved in this area? And there's been a couple multifamily projects that have been approved that's been discussed tonight, but there's really a dearth of multifamily options in this southeast area of the city. And it's really kind of surprising because there's so much economic potential in this area. It's one of your growth areas that you're going to see a lot of employment uses. And one of the key components for employment uses is the demand for workforce type housing and housing options. Most employers are looking for locations that offer that type of diverse housing, whether it's rental, for sale, whatever it may be. And so although the city may have too much from a report standpoint or statistics standpoint, we think this area does warrant additional multifamily, which is why it's part of our proposal. Now, when we look at the individual parcel, you can see there that we have most of the site being industrial or commerce and business on the general plan. And there is a lack of water certificate here, which I understand is why a lot of the other property owners in the city have went to a multifamily designation. That's just not the case for this site. This site does not make a good single-family site because it is immediately adjacent to those industrial uses. And light industrial does allow some manufacturing, some outdoor storage, and other uses that could potentially be a compatibility issue, specifically with single-family detached homes. So when we talk about someone investing several $100,000 of their life savings in a property, they have a much higher vested interest. And so their concerns about noise and light and air quality create conflict and they create complaints, and that can be really disruptive to the industrial users as well as to the city who has to field those complaints. So we think that regardless of the water certificate issue, this area really does need to be more of a transitional land use, and that's why we're proposing multifamily. So when we look at the individual site itself, as a planner, we always look at what's good land use transitioning. You know, we can't have every use be the same. There needs to be graduation in intensities as we look through a site. So we start with the context of the property, and we look at the general plan and we see, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of acres of industrial south of Jimmy Kerr. Obviously, that's still in the county, and it may be a while for that to come in, but that is the future, you know, vision for the city. As you cross Jimmy Kerr, let's see here, we have the Union Pacific Railroad, which is also an intense use, and then we transition into the commerce and business, which our site is a part of, but you can see there it's a pretty big swath, probably 120 acres or so. And so there needs to be a transition between that industrial and especially the large lot single family, and that's why we've positioned the multifamily along our north boundary to kind of serve as that transitional land use. But we're also transitioning from east to west. Specifically because of that large lot industrial along our northwest boundary. We have our commercial on the hard corner. That's why we place the higher density residential adjacent to that. And then we have our lower density, 4 to 12 units per acre, the lowest multifamily designation, which I think equates to R2. That's correct, Jim? Okay. So we place that R2 across the street from the large lot county residents to the north, specifically for that reason, so that we can transition both from a north-south and from an east-west standpoint. And how that actually looks on the ground, which is probably pertinent to those folks as far as what they're going to see there, we kind of created a couple of slides just to illustrate how that setback works. So Early Road is our north boundary. Jim identified it's going to be 110-foot right-of-way. So roads make excellent boundaries. They're basically a large setback, help create that horizontal separation. As we move into the site, we're going to have the code required 30-foot setback, which is usually landscaping, can include some fencing, driveways, drive aisles, et cetera. But for the most part, it's an extension of that horizontal separation. It also introduces some screening elements because you get trees and bushes, et cetera. Now, because neighbors did attend the P&Z meeting and made us aware that they were concerned about that transition, we are proposing to extend that an additional 20 feet, so we'd have a total of 50 feet of that building setback to help soften that transition between those properties. We think that is appropriate. They have large yards on their side, so we think if we have a large 50-foot yard on our side, it'll help make that transition much more manageable and compatible with them. The other element about building height, we also see the need to limit the building height. We do have a letter of intent on the medium density parcel, but we don't on the higher density parcel yet. So what we're proposing is that we would limit the height on the first 50 feet beyond that additional 50-foot setback. So the first 100 feet would be limited to that 30-foot. I put 28, I thought that was the limit, but 30-foot, whatever the code requires, so that we wouldn't have those 3-story elements that close to the street, which we think would help soften that transition to their property as well. So, you know, just summing all that up, from their future south property line to where our first building would be a total of 160 feet, which is a significant setback, and then an additional 50 feet, so 210 before you'd have any buildings above 30 feet. The single-family code allows 30 feet, so we're matching that for the, you know, that first 100 feet within our property, which we think is a fair, you know, compromise. So just in summary, you know, we've designed this project to really not only meet but exceed a lot of the goals and policies of the general plan. We're really trying to promote a lot of the employment here. We actually have a letter of intent on the industrial part of the industrial property as well. So we're trying to promote a project that does live up to that live, work, and play ethos in there, as well as meet some of the other general plan requirements, such as providing a diversity of housing, which the city has a diversity of housing, but there's not a lot of diversity in this area of town, which I think is really vital for you guys to continue to attract employers to this area. And we're doing all this, you know, trying to follow sound planning principles. You know, we're providing the interconnectivity of our own property. We're providing that transition of land uses to the neighbors to the north, and we're applying appropriate buffering, which goes beyond the code to help make those mitigations efforts reasonable for them. So with all that, support of staff and support of P&Z, we hope we have your support here tonight. So I'll conclude the presentation and be available for any questions.
Matt, Mr. Lavender?
Can you go back to where you have the medium and high density side by side?
You want to further back the whole plan or this one?
Is there one that shows the boxes in a little bit more detail?
That's the other one.
So I guess my question is the medium density, could it be more rectangular shaped rather than square shaped and run all the way along Early Road? And why didn't you consider that as a buffer as well? You understand my question?
I think so. I'll try to answer that, and you can let me know if I answered it correctly. So I think when we were looking at land uses, we knew we had a limit of 25 acres for the medium density and 20 acres for the higher density. And so to put those in as best of developable shapes as possible to provide that transition is really what we ended up in. We knew we wanted to put the medium density on the far west side. We knew we wanted the commercial corner, and the high density just kind of filled the gap. So if we put the medium density more horizontally, I don't know where the higher density would go. Would that go along Pert?
So south of the medium?
Gotcha. So yeah, I think then at that point you're just getting into shapes that don't really work from a development standpoint. Each use needs to have its own window for access, et cetera. So we didn't look at that, but just based upon what you're saying, I'm not sure that it would work from a viability standpoint. The other element is we're trying to preserve as large of a regular shape as we can for the industrial, because they take large shapes. And so if we start cutting that down further and further, we're going to have a harder time filling that space up, which really is the importance of this project.
Any other comments?
I had a question.
Go ahead, Matt.
On the medium density, where you go forward to where you did the additional buffer.
Keep going.
Okay.
But then you said
one more.
The building height, the max in the medium is 30 feet. Is that correct? And the max in the high is 35. But here, you're saying 28, and you said that you meant 30, right? I mean,
yeah, if that's what the zoning. Yeah,
that doesn't make too much difference. But
no.
But to me, you're not. I would think maybe if you're doing different stories, you would do, like 10 foot or 15 foot, like single story, and then go to the multi-story farther south.
Sure, and that is something we considered, but because this really only impacts the higher density because that allows 35 feet. But we looked at what would be better for the developer to have a greater setback and then go vertical, or have buildings closer to the street. We figured the neighbors would prefer buildings further back from them, regardless of the height. And we also wanted to be fair to us because the zoning districts to the north allow 30 feet height. And so we're just trying to match that. We think that's fair. Even if they're not built at that, it's an equivalency that we think is appropriate.
But you are restricting on the height.
Correct, yeah. We're limiting that 30-foot height to that first 100 feet into the property to help create that. And chances are, there's a good likelihood that neither one of these will be built above 30 feet. We don't know that at this point. But we're trying to put that protection in place so everyone can rely on that, so we're not having to come back to you and ask for amendments and have this battle down the road.
You can always put less.
Yeah, and then so people know, again, you have to go to a major site plan to
Correct.
get all the specifics and the heights and the layout.
And this distance actually is 210 now, right?
For the
there you go.
For the height restriction, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's good for our ultimate users too, so that this is already codified.
That's a lot.
They're not going to be coming and asking for an amendments, et cetera, because this has already been decided, and that should make everyone's job easier when you have to see this again at the major site plan level.
Well, I appreciate you listening to what the neighbors are saying too, because it's going to happen later, in the major site plan. So I think it's important to hear some of those concerns now. But I know somewhere in here you talked about affordable housing, and as there's an increase in the inventory, that it'll be affordable. But that's not necessarily the case, because it's apartments are expensive, really, but,
Can
but
be.
are either of these, you said you had a letter of intent on the medium density, are they, gonna look for, true affordable housing, the low-income housing tax credits or anything to be affordable housing?
The affordable housing component and workforce housing, I think, is going to be important in this area, but in order for that to really be effective, you need the higher density, and that's why the high density from 12 to 24 is where you're going to see that happen. So the letter of intent we have for the medium density parcel, it's going to be market rate, because if you're going to try to achieve that goal, you would need to get as many units as possible, so it works better in the HDR category.
Right, okay.
And James, you have these things that he just brought up on record in your notes?
No. So if those are to be new standards, then they would have to be introduced as additional conditions of record to modify the PAD guide to reflect these.
Okay, and can we
development
do that?
standards.
Can we do that here?
That could be a motion, and that could be added, yes.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. And I have not closed the public hearing, so it's still open. So if there's someone here who'd like to speak.
Gloria Johnson Story, 1245 East Lowell Drive, Casa Grande, Arizona. This is new to me, and I heard what Bob and Lisa said, and I tend to agree that until this is absolutely firmed up, that maybe you shouldn't jump into this right away. I heard high density, and I went in panic mode. There's some really nice homes out there. Tuscany, and even the rent, I always say rent to own, but rent to rent, homes out there are a little upscale. And I think by going right into something like this, especially with the homes that are already there on Early Road, some of them are really nice. I think that you should keep the zoning neutral until someone really has a plan so that people can actually visualize what's going to happen. Anytime you throw high density out, that's a scary thought. We have a lot of high density around this town. I consider Treckle Road becoming a tunnel anymore because of all the apartments. But I think it would be nice to the residents out there and the new builds that are going in that maybe it should be considered at the time there's a plan instead of just generalizing and changing everything. Unless I didn't understand it, but it sounds like there's nothing proposed, but I did hear 3-story apartments mentioned. Of course, that got my attention. But I think the houses out there are they're really pretty upscale. So I would ask that you consider not changing the zoning immediately. It's fun that we're growing, but let's grow sensibly. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Just some comments. I know the applicant has, this is a plan. This is how applications come forward in the terms of developing this PAD, and then the applicant can go find buyers for their property. You know, there's property rights here, and there is some right of ownership to develop their property. And I think they're trying to be very respectful of their neighbors, and especially by increasing this setback. And obviously there'll be landscaping, and there'll be, I'm sure, some nice entrances. All that can be still done in the design phase. This is not final, but for a developer to go sell their property and market their property, they have to go through this process. And unless they go through this process, and if we don't approve this and then say leave it alone, then he's got to come back, and that time is money for somebody trying to develop their property. In fact, the state legislature is attacking municipalities because we're dragging people through the mud. And we are causing a lot of expense for developers and builders to come in. And I want to protect our city as much as possible. But the more we do this, the more we're put under the microscope with the legislature. And unless I get more help up at the legislature and get some folks helping me to tell our representatives to not vote for some of these crazy bills, which right now I feel like I'm the only one doing it, then they're going to pass these bills. And then we'll have no public process, we'll have no public input, and there'll be no zoning. And that's where we're headed. So if we want to be responsible, this to me looks responsible. It's a responsible use of a very large piece of land, and they're trying to be thoughtful. And again, we'll have an opportunity to have more thought put into this and more design comments and input from the public, as long as these bills don't get passed in the legislature. I'm sorry I keep bringing that up, but it's a sore point to me. And, so I think we need to give the landowner an opportunity to move forward with his property. And I think this is very responsible, and he's, again, added these points. Now, these land use transitions, is this the piece that we're talking about that you had? So if we are to move forward, I'd recommend some amendment to this ordinance as it's stated. How would we do that?
When we make the motion, we would add an amendment.
Okay.
To add conditions, right, James? There'd be additional conditions on the PAD. I guess Brett would be the
Yeah,
better one to ask.
I think to the extent that we wanted to add the conditions that the applicant spoke about today, I think you'd be adding 2 conditions, as I see it. Condition number 2, because there's one condition already in the ordinance, which deals with our right-of-way. I would be add condition number 2 to say that the PAD guide shall be revised to note that the minimum setback for medium-density and high-density areas identified in the PAD shall be at least 50 feet from the north property line. And condition 3 would be the PAD guide shall be revised to note that no buildings exceeding 28 feet in height shall be built closer than 100 feet to the north property line in the areas identified as medium density or high density in the PAD.
And to that point, it sounds like the applicant has already a letter of intent on this. It's not just zoning to zone it, right? There's somebody already interested in the parcel?
Correct. There's actually 2, one for the medium density and one for the industrial. And to the mayor's point, we can't get any further in the process until at least the base zoning is in place, which is what we're asking for. So thank you.
Okay. All right, then I'll entertain an ordinance, please, Gloria.
Mayor, I'm sorry, did you close the public hearing?
Oh, I did.
He did.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I was trying to write things down.
And Mayor, I just wanted to comment, on what you mentioned. We have to remember, something's going to go here,
Right.
And so, being responsible and listening to the property owners and having these,
Conversations.
Yeah, conversations is really important. So, it is responsible, the fact that, it's mixed use. We have, these are things that we've promoted and have wanted, but we want to listen to the homeowners that are near. But I do want to come back to apartments, and I know the multifamily, I know, but, there is a need for them. We know that we have a lot of product, here in our community, but, and I hope the staff see, I know you see it, because you brought it up, the conversations that we've been having, as far as we can't continue to just keep approving these. But because of the location, because of the responsible, what they're proposing here makes me a little bit more comfortable. But and having the open for public comment in the future with the major site plan phase. So I know it's tough, but I think you're right, Mayor. We don't know if this is even going to be taken away from us. you know, for us to.
Even
you know,
have the ability
be
to do
involved,
anything,
Be
yeah.
involved in this process.
Yep. Control of it.
Right, right. Okay, so how do we want to, we'll do the ordinance number, and then we'll add to the statement on here. Okay, go ahead, Gloria, sorry.
Ordinance number 1178.446, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from urban ranch to planned area development on property located generally at the southwest corner of Yearly Road and Peart Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of ordinance number 1178.446 with the amendment that the setback be moved an additional 50 feet for the medium and high-density parcels in this PAD.
Wasn't there another?
And the proposed additional restriction on the building height.
And the proposed additional building height
28 feet.
setback, 20 feet for 50-foot total. That's what I just said.
28 feet.
28 feet.
Yes.
Can we make sure it says what it says on here?
Yeah. That, and then, the additional restricted height of 28 feet. Is that what we had said, Brett?
Yeah,
You'd
I
help
think-
me craft?
And so what I'm understanding the motion to be is that we're going to approve, the motion is to approve ordinance number 1178-446.
With the additional
as originally
conditions.
presented, with the addition of condition number 2, to read, the PAD guide shall be revised to note that the minimum setback for medium density and high density areas identified in the PAD shall be at least 50 feet from the north property line. And adding condition number 3, to read, the PAD guide shall be revised to note that no buildings exceeding 28 feet in height shall be built closer than 100 feet to the north property line in the areas identified as medium density or high density in the PAD.
That's exactly what I meant to say.
Exactly what Matt said.
Couldn't read my writing.
Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right. Okay, so we got L4.
Another public hearing.
Another public hearing. This is for Resolution 5273.26. James, you doing this one too? I am. All right.
So this is another minor general plan amendment and another zone change. So it's similar applications to the last presentation. However, it's regarding a much smaller acreage and a different area of town. So this project is known as Tyler Acres, and it refers to 6 acres of land located in the far southern end of the community near Casa Grande Mountain. Erica Road is the city limits, and this sits just on the north side of the city limits. And it's this property sits near Lamb Road, which is also the city-county boundary. And there's 2 requests in front of you this evening. The first is a minor general plan amendment to place this 6-acre site into Phase 1. And that's actually the specific agenda item, but like with the last one, I'd like to combine the 2 agenda items to also talk about the zone change from urban ranch to R1.
So L4 and L5.
Correct, thank you. I thought that, but I was too tired to remember that. So the 6 acres of land is identified in blue on the screen. It's currently comprised of 3 2-acre parcels. And the property is zoned urban ranch. Urban ranch allows a minimum of 1.25 acre lot sizes with 100-foot minimum lot widths. Some of the allowed uses in the urban ranch include 1 single-family home per lot or with the approval of a conditional use permit, you can have a manufactured home. Urban Ranch also allows the keeping of horses, or you could also develop the site for agricultural or associated agricultural operations. Under the Urban Ranch zone, because the minimum lot size is 1.25 acres, technically the 3 2-acre lots could be reparceled to be 4 1.25 acre lots within that 6-acre area. The applicant, however, is requesting a zone change to R1 to allow 6 1-acre lots. In the R1 zone, ordinarily the minimum lot size is much smaller than 1 acre. However, in this case, there is a recommended condition of record to keep it at 1 acre minimum. Not only is that a recommended condition of record, but even without the condition, they would be limited to 1 acre minimum lot sizes because there isn't sewer in this area. And in order to develop a site with septic, we have a city code that requires the minimum lot size of 1 acre. And with the R1 zone, you would not be able to propose a manufactured home under the current city code. You wouldn't be able to keep horses, but you are limited to 1 single-family home per lot. So there are, the first request is the minor general plan amendment to place this 6-acre area into phase 1. Now, as you notice, it would be an island of phase 1. That's okay. The applicant has to demonstrate why or how this property is able to be served or treated as a phase 1 property. And they have demonstrated it by the nature of the fact that they would be on septic, so it doesn't rely on city sewer. There is water lines in Erica, so they are served by water and power. And the city trash service already serves this area. So to serve 2 more homes where they currently could reparcel it to have 4 lots, but in order to create 6, it would be trash service for 2 more homes. It really does, it is seen as very little impact to go to phase 1. However, when this item, when the zone change and the minor general plan amendment came in front of Planning Commission on January 4th, on a vote of 4-2, Planning Commission moved to deny both the minor general plan amendment and the zone change. There were neighboring residents who were in attendance who had expressed concerns about the fact that surrounding properties are larger and these 1 acre lots would be out of place. And then there was also concern that these additional lots would result in extra traffic. Traffic is already a concern as there is very limited ingress and egress into the area. I'll show a larger map towards the end, but really the only way in and out of this area is through Erica Road over to Sunland Gin. And so it is pretty tight there in terms of options. There were concerns about water pressure and drainage. And then the commissioners themselves, while they were discussing whether or not to support these 2 requests, and the minutes reflect this, but they had expressed concerns about the appropriateness of taking 3 existing parcels and reparceling them in a way that would result in 6 parcels. They looked at that as kind of skirting the limit on the certificates of assured water supply because, as I mentioned in the last presentation, you're limited to a total of 5 parcels. However, this is a situation where there are 3 existing parcels, and the proposal would be basically to take each one of the 3 and create 2. So they're not creating 5 parcels out of each parcel. They're creating 2 parcels out of each parcel. So city staff looked at it as well within the limitations that have been put upon us by Arizona Department of Water Resources. And it's a way to add some additional lots because of our restriction with a limitation of 5 parcel splits. This is a way to be able to ensure more single-family homes be constructed. So based on the denial, the applicant did submit a request to be heard by City Council. There is a city code requirement that should there be a denial of the zone change, the applicant does have to express in writing in order for council to hear the request. It was advertised, but technically in order for us to be here this evening, the applicant did have to come forward and specifically request council's consideration. And I do want to talk about what the applicant did indicate in terms of the reason why council should support the zone change. So firstly, as I mentioned, the area to the south of Arica and to the east of Lamb are in Pinal County, and their zoning is such where those lots can be a minimum of 1 acre. So although it's true there are parcels to the north of the Tyler area that are currently larger, the properties to the south of Arica and to the east of Lamb are allowed to be as small as 1 acre. The area within the urban ranch area can be as small as 1.25 acres. So yes, they are smaller, but we're talking by 1/4 acre in size. And also, even though there are larger parcels to the north and east, they certainly could at some point in the future do a reparceling to reduce those parcel sizes down to 1.25 acres. They would be allowed to do that so long as they're not taking their existing parcel and creating more than 5 out of it. And then I should also point out that immediately west of the Tyler site is the Casa Grande Mountain Ranch Planned Area Development, which has a current entitlement of a medium-density residential use of 12 dwelling units per acre. So, yes, the proposal to go to R1 to create minimum 1 acre lots does create smaller lots because currently the minimum lot size is 1.25 acres. But another way to look at it, when you look at a larger picture, you have a mixture of lot sizes. You have 12 DUs per acre to the west, you have 1 acre lots to the south and to the east, and you have 1.25 acres to the north. So it is a variety, and the 1 acre limitation is, it could be said that it is within reason. They are not proposing minimum 7,000 square foot lots. It's still at 1 acre minimum. And the proposal would be to take each one of the 3 parcels and create 2 out of each of the 3. What that would result in is a minimum of 100-foot wide lots, which is currently the minimum lot width allowed in the urban ranch. So even without a zone change, technically, they could reparcel it in some way where you would have a minimum lot width of 100, which would be the product of what you would get in the R1. And then this is a larger map that I referred to show a couple of things. One, I think it can be agreed that there is a lot of traffic being put onto Sunland Gin from technically one street. Now, what this map doesn't show is parallel to Arica to the south, there is a new road that goes to Sunland Gin, but neither road has a traffic signal. And as an avid user of Casa Grande Mountain Park, which just sits to the west, it is tough getting in and out of there, especially trying to make a left onto Sunland Gin. If you're trying to go northbound, there is a lot of traffic. But the other purpose of this map is to show you a couple of things. One, the variety of different lot sizes in this area, especially if you look closer to Sunland Gin on the north side of Erica. It's all in the county, but they're probably 6,000 square foot size lots. But the other thing to show you is there's a lot of undeveloped lots, and so traffic is going to continue to increase here, and I think everyone can agree that traffic is a concern. I think that ultimately the county is going to have to look at solutions, because where that intersection is at Erica and Sunland Gin is Pinell County, and hopefully the residents can work with the county to come up with continued solutions. But one of the reasons why, despite that, staff was recommending support of the zone change is we're really just talking about 2 more lots. Because even though there's 3 existing parcels now, Mr. Tyler could go to the county and create a total of 4 parcels within those existing 6 acres, given that the minimum lot size is 1.25 acres. And so this zone change would basically allow the ability to create a total of 6 lots where the zoning currently allows 4. So we're talking about 2 more potential dwellings where 4 is currently allowed. I think in the grand scheme of things, 2 more rooftops amongst all the empty lots really wouldn't be a significant impact, albeit it is agreed that traffic is a growing concern there. When looking at the minor general plan amendment criteria, it has to be demonstrated how this area is suitable for phase 1. I did touch upon some of these already, but I do want to say that with regard to water, one of the concerns was about water pressure, and I think that is a concern if there's already existing low water pressure in the area. Should there be homes proposed in Tyler's 6 acres, whether we're talking about 3 homes, 4 homes, or 6, they will have to tap into the water main, and they'll have to work with Arizona Water Company on that, on what type of agreement is necessary. So as part of that agreement, Arizona Water Company should and would look at water pressure and ensuring that it is adequate to serve the homes proposed. Just like there's empty lots on the south side of Erica, when homes get proposed there, they will have to look at whatever is appropriate to maintain an acceptable water pressure. And then in looking at the zone change specifically, these are the 3 criteria that we look at when looking at traditional zone districts such as R1. And the staff report goes into each of these 3 more specifically. I do want to talk about the goals, policies, and other applicable elements in dealing with the city's general plan. So this area is actually within the neighborhoods category, which does allow a mixture of densities. As you saw, you could have 12 DUs per acre as a medium density residential product. But this, this is still considered a fairly, residential estate size lot, keeping it at a minimum of 1 acre. One of the action steps talked about requiring a physical separation such as fences, berms, parks, or landscaped areas between residential and non-residential developments. And how this is addressed is we are recommending a condition of record limiting the parcel size to 1 acre, just to ensure that compatibility. The reason why we're specifically recommending that condition is what we're saying is, even if sewer is in the area, we do recommend that lot size is kept at 1 acre, that it shouldn't be reduced any more than that. Rezoning conforms to the general plan if it proposes land uses, densities, or intensities within the range of identified uses of the general plan. As I mentioned, generally neighborhood supports development up to 4.5 dwelling units per acre, and that wouldn't be restricted to any sort of site size. This site would yield 1 dwelling unit per acre, which is well within the density allotment. And then the third criteria is that this zone change is necessary or there's a community need. And so the city's analysis shows that there's at least 19,000 vacant single-family lots with certificates of assured water supply. This property is not one of them. It does not have certificates of assured water supply. However, this is an opportunity to create more buildable lots for single-family homes, despite the fact that it does not have cause. With regard to the public notification, we notified the public, which is required by code. We had received some inquiries, as I have already mentioned, and I believe some people are in the audience to express their concerns. And then with regard to the recommendations, just a little history, and as I mentioned, staff did recommend to Planning Commission to move forward to City Council a recommendation to approve the minor general plan amendment. However, they moved forward to City Council a recommendation to deny the minor general plan amendment. And then same thing with the zone change. Staff did recommend that Planning Commission move forward to City Council a recommendation to approve the zone change with these conditions. One of them that I did not mention is that any future lot split, so when they go to, should this zone change be approved and they go to reconfigure the parcels, it shall be reviewed and approved by the planning director for adequacy of access and utilities, just to ensure that some of those concerns are met. However, despite staff's recommendation, Planning Commission did forward to council a recommendation to deny. And as I mentioned, per 1768-520, council can only hear this except by written request, which the applicant did provide written request. So should council end up reversing Planning Commission's decision and approve the zone change, staff would recommend or request that it be subject to the stated conditions of record. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, James. Questions for James?
I just have one. James, all those lots to the west that belong to that are in the county, do you know if they have assured water certificates or do they not? Do you know?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Lavender, I believe that the lots to the south and on the east side of Lamb are known as pre-cause. So it was subdivided and platted, and so all of those are buildable lots. They can build a house there, but there is not technically certificates of assured water supply, but the state will allow homes to be built there because it's already been subdivided into the.
It was probably subdivided before 1982, which
Yeah.
when the Groundwater Act was enacted, so.
Right.
They're all grandfathered in. We have several actually around Francisco Grande that are like that. Matt?
And then the ones to the west where it's the PAD,
Correct.
is that what you were asking about? Does it have cause there? Where the,
Because that's a.
Oh,
that's 12.
to the west?
Yeah, that's 12.
That's
No.
12 DUs.
That's why
there
it's
is a
in the-
PAD sandwiched in between Casa Grande Mountain Park and
okay, I mean,
the Tyler property.
it's that way because it doesn't have cause there either.
It does not, no.
And this one is doing it because, or is able to be done because you're technically dividing 3 lots one time.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on when those lots were platted, if I was the landowner, I'd double check the rules on subdividing. Because if it's considered one owner, maybe separate plats, but I'm not sure that rule of 5 doesn't pertain. Have they double checked that? Do you know?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do think that the owner should make sure they do their due diligence with regard to that, but the way we approached it is that a parcel cannot split within a 10-year period.
Right.
So if they went and did their splitting and then wanted to split again, they wouldn't be able to do that within a 10-year period if they're creating, more than 5 parcels.
So these have been here for longer.
But,
than 10
but
years.
when we looked into it, the existing 3 parcels as they sit have sat that way for longer than 10 years.
Okay, I just want to make sure that checks it out, so. Go ahead, Bob.
Is this an annexation too?
No, no, it's already in the city.
Oh, it's already in. Oh, okay. I thought you said something about a city island.
Oh, it's a city island of phase 1, or an island of phase 1, surrounded by phase 2.
It's in phase 2 now.
Okay.
To develop, to put in phase 1.
Okay, thank you.
You did mention police and fire. I'm just curious, is the expectation that if they build these homes, they're going to have police and fire out there? Because they're the only reason we go out there.
It's in the city limits.
Mr. Mayor, there's already residences just to the north and to the east of this property that we're already providing city services to.
Oh, this up on the top here?
Yep, on the top and then directly north. And then maybe, yeah, right there too.
Okay. Is there a house there?
I think there's a house on the corner.
Okay. Well, if we're already going there, then. Because didn't this whole Erica area come to us once and ask us to annex them all in so that they could get city services? About 5-6 years ago?
They did, yes. We did look at annexing the property both to the east and south of here, but decided not to because the streets were not up to city standards and there were drainage issues as well. So we did look at it, and the council direction at the time was that the city was not willing to annex unless the residents figured a way to improve their infrastructure up at least close to city standards.
Okay.
But we're not looking at that now because Erica serves it already and it's county road, so, because it's already in the city. And we gotta have 2.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah. Okay. Well, then we're going to divide this up. L4 is the public hearing for Resolution 5273.26. And this is to change the general plan from Phase 2 to Phase 1. So if there's anybody who would like to speak about this phasing, not the zoning, if there's anyone who would like to speak on that, on L4, then please, because I do have 2 requests to speak, but they're on L5, which is probably what you want to speak on. All right, seeing none, then I will close the public hearing on L4, and we'll call for a resolution number, please, Gloria.
Excuse me, resolution number 5273.26, a resolution of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, adopting a minor amendment to the city of Casa Grande, excuse me, General Plan 2030, as adopted by resolution number 5273, by changing the growth area from Phase 2 to Phase 1 for approximately 6 acres of property generally located 600 feet west of Lamb Road on the north side of Erica Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move approval of resolution number 5273.26 as presented.
Second.
You guys are falling asleep up here. All right, so I have a motion and a second on L4. Can I get a
Roll call vote.
roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, next is L5. Again, any questions from council on it? I think you
I
asked.
had one more question.
Go ahead.
For James. Sorry, you said there could be 4 houses now, or there's 3 lots, right?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Herman, there's currently 3 parcels, but they're each 2 acres. So of the total of 6 acres that Mr. Tyler owns, he could technically do a parceling that ends up with 4 parcels within those 6 acres, because the current zoning allows an acre and a quarter.
Oh, for 1.25
Yeah.
acres, okay.
It's
And
a
he wouldn't
little
have to go,
confusing, but-
he wouldn't have to go through anything for
Right,
that.
he
could
wouldn't,
just-
he wouldn't have to do any kind of zone change.
He could just do it.
Right.
Filing with the
Filing with the city.
Right,
Yeah.
but, and we would, depending on how it was being configured, he may have to go through a formal plating process, but the point is under the current zoning, you could have 4 dwelling units within that acreage.
Okay, I heard you say that, and that's why, because of the lot size.
Right.
1.25. And did you guys talk to him about that before?
There was some discussion because, you know, I guess the question is that if it's kept at Urban Ranch, and if his intent is to try to increase the sellability of the property,
lots.
there is a way under the current zoning to get 1 more lot.
Okay.
Rather than going through a zone change process with the ability to get 6 lots where there's,
But then the urban ranch could have manufactured home.
with the approval of a conditional use permit.
Okay. Thanks.
So with this change, though, there's no manufactured home.
Correct.
Okay. Which seems to me would be a benefit to the neighbors, not having a manufactured home there. Okay. All right, so again, this is a public hearing. This is on the zoning change from urban ranch to R1. So I will open the floor. If there is anyone here who would like to address the council on this issue. I do have speaker cards. Francis? Oh, you know what? I think I should take Bonnie first because Bonnie signed in first. So Bonnie? Sorry, Francis, we'll get you. Bonnie Vincent.
My name is Bonnie Vincent, and I live at 2250 East Eureka Road in Casa Grande. My property is just north of the Tyler property. And thank you, Mayor and council people, members for listening to me. When we went to the zoning commission and they denied it, we were very pleased because we are worried about the traffic. At Sunland Gin and Erica Road, or Eureka, is where all the Love's trucks are. And trying to get out with the 18-wheelers and stuff has been really, really hard. Also, the water. The zoning commission brought up the certificate of water, and that's real important. There has been new housing at Erica and John Jacob Astor. They're putting in those computerized concrete homes. My water pressure has gone down tremendously. I get a trickle of water. And putting houses beyond me, because my property is a flagpole and goes out to Eureka. So I would be on the same line, and I would have no water. And that's very difficult here. I'm also concerned about the environmental. We have washes that go through the Tyler property that causes problems. And we also have the foxes and the coyotes. But the reason we bought the land where we did is because we wanted elbow room. We didn't want people on top of us. And going from 3 to 6 might not seem a lot to you, but to us, there's that much more noise, that much more traffic. And for services, I've lived there for 3 years, and I've yet to see a police officer in the area ever patrolling. I see a sheriff every once in a while. And to get my neighbor had to get an EMT, and it took forever for the EMT to get there because of the traffic with the 18-wheelers. And we're just real concerned that it was denied, but now they want to approve it. We would like to have it still denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Francis?
Hi, I would like to address the mayor and the city council. Do I have 3 minutes? Okay, let me start my timer. I'm here to speak on behalf of Henry Tyler. I have known him 67 years. He is my brother. He purchased this land many, many years ago. As you can see, he is a self-made man. And there's no fear of what he's planning on doing with this property. I hear people complaining about the traffic. Loves. I love Loves. I stop at Loves every time I travel. But this existed before Henry Tyler. That sounds like to me a lot of these complaints are not concerning about how he wants to improve his land. I look at him and he'll be 70 years old and he has waited a long time to be able to assess his land, build a home on it. We hear concerns about manufactured homes. I'm not sure why that keep coming up, as if there's a problem if people do live in manufactured homes, but that's not his intent. As far as traffic, that's an ADOT problem. There's no way he can go, his 6 houses will not solve the problem that's currently there. The water pressure is not Mr. Tyler. We're making Mr. Tyler bigger than life, and that whatever he acquires here will be some impact on Urban Ranch. And I don't want to get emotional, because I know with emotional, you can get a little bit tied up in your feelings, and this is not about feelings. But I hear where people want to deny it, and I did pull the meetings and what was said last time, and all of this is hearsay. And to not approve him based on conditions of opinions. Coyotes, I live near coyotes. Can we control the coyotes in Arizona? He doesn't bring coyotes in. Sometimes I think this is a fear factor. There have been some neighbors that have gotten together, and who knows why, they have decided that Mr. Tyler, like I said, a self-made man that have paid for his land, should be getting this much attention that he can't put it into 1 6 acres lot. 6 more people, whatever, is not going to change that condition that he's trying to be denied on. So I thank you for your time. I look a lot of serious faces, but however, I hope we can approve him and let him get on with his life. You know, he's not a big developer. I sat here and listened to a big developer. He's planning on doing numerous of things. This is just a simple man. So mine's did too, 0. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francis. Is there anyone else who is here? Like to address the council?
Yes, my name is Henry Tyler, and I have some of the, what you were talking about, water pressure. The houses were built there 30 years ago. So I called the water company, and they said they don't have any problem with the water pressure, that if she having any problem, it should be a plumber issue. So that's the only thing I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Henry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just in support of Mr. Tyler's project.
Can you
I
give
just
us your
wanna
name
point out to
and
you-
address, please?
Oh,
Sorry.
yes, I'm sorry. My name is Martha Aragon, and I'm from 1357 East Jardine Drive, Casa Grande,
Thank
G
you.
Diamond. Just to point out, bring to your attention that in his request letter, you find out in page 782 of the packet, he addressed the commission's concerns. They had 2 concerns, which had to do with the perceived, the splitting of the lots, you know. He addressed that. There's definitely, we did some research, and no, definitely not. You know, there's not 5 lots being split in here. He also submitted a response to his neighbors that you find that in page 783 of your packet. Again, just wanted to say that the guiding principles that he submitted in his application were reviewed by the staff. You know, they were thoroughly answered, and they do stand for the goals that the general plan, that the city's general plan. He is within his property rights to divide the property. That land has been there within the city limits for 30 years now, and he has owned that land for just about that long, you know. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to address this issue? This is L5. All right, seeing none, then I'm going to close the public hearing. I did have one letter that we received. It was in support, Tyler's rezoning. Did you all get a copy of this? Yes, from Deb Martin?
Yes.
Okay. So make sure that Gloria gets a copy.
I have.
Any other comments from council on this?
No.
Mayor, I think the only comment is your question on dividing the lots. You know, of course, that was a concern with the planning commission. So just
sounds
wanted
like
to
they've answered
confirm.
that, though, I
Yeah,
think.
it does
Yeah.
sound like they've
Yeah.
answered. But that was one of the concerns that I had when I read through it. So if it looks like that is legal and,
all
you know.
Okay. No other comments or questions? All right. Then I'm going to call for a ordinance number, please, Gloria, on L5.
I got it. Ordinance number 1178.445, an ordinance of the council of the city of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from urban ranch to single-family residential on approximately 6 acres of property generally located 600 feet west of Lamb Road on the north side of Erica Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move to approve amending zoning ordinance 1178 as presented.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Gloria, can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, we'll move to L6. This is a public hearing on ordinance number 1178.447. Amending zoning ordinance, easy for me to say, number 1178.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This one might not have the intricacies that we've seen on the past presentations, so.
You're saying that James does a better job?
I'm just saying, there's a few more moving pieces on those, so this one's pretty straightforward.
Okay, good, good, because it's getting late.
Kentwood Ventures is requesting a zone change from Garden and Light Industrial, I-1, to General Industrial, I-2, for approximately 21 acres of land located at 1150 West Lawrence Street. The proposed site is currently under development for an industrial spec building. It's mostly vertical now. Still working on some site work and some internal improvements. The site's currently in the Garden and Light Industrial, like I mentioned, and this request is simply to expand the type of uses that could be facilitated within that under development building. The I-2 zone district offers a wider range of uses and opportunities regarding industrial uses. Additionally, staff will evaluate any proposed uses at the time of any building revisions and/or request for occupancy to ensure the use is properly situated and requires no additional permitting, such as like a CUP or conditional use permit. You can see the site highlighted here. Zoned I-1 is the light purple, dark purple's I-2. Request is to go to I-2. When looking at the zone change criteria, we look at that it's in conformance with the general plan. The actions, first one is actions consistent with the city's general plan goals and policies. Goal MI5 is to encourage appropriate and responsible industrial development in appropriate locations. This site meets that. Goal MI3 is to promote diversified types of industries and uses. Again, it expands the uses, so it meets that. Second one is it conforms to the general plan if it proposes land uses, densities, or intensities within a range of identified uses. The requested zoning of I-2 is appropriate in the manufacturing and industry land use category. And the final one is the proposed the proposed zone change is necessary and proper at this time to meet the needs of the city. City's current demand for general industrial continues to be significant. This rezone would expand that area. This area does abut existing I-2 zoned land to the west and to the south. That south area is actually occupied by LKQ, a salvage yard, so we don't feel that this request would have any adverse impact on abutting properties in the area. In regards to public notification, we met or exceeded all requirements. We did not receive any comments on this request. In conclusion, the Planning Commission on a 6-0 vote recommends City Council approve the zone change request from garden and light industrial to general industrial. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from anyone?
I got a comment quick. Is
Go
if
ahead.
you haven't seen it, it's a really big,
beautiful building.
really nice
Yeah.
looking. And to be clear, just the uses are still going to be contained in the building, so it's not going to be anything.
correct.
Yeah,
It's not a crusher.
right.
Oh,
Yeah.
brought up a bad word. Okay, no questions from council, then I'm going to open the public hearing. This is for L6 regarding ordinance number 1178.447. It is a zoning change. Anyone want to speak on this subject? All right, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and call for an ordinance number, please. Gloria?
Ordinance number 1178.446, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from urban ranch to planned area development on property located generally at the southwest corner of Yearly Road and Pier Road, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Mayor McFarland, I move that we approve ordinance number 1178.447 as presented.
Second?
She read the wrong.
Wait,
Yeah, I think
we
I read
need
the
to
wrong
write
one.
something.
I think
It's
I
on
read the
Lawrence
wrong
Street.
one.
Yeah.
Something.
She read the wrong one,
Yeah.
but I said the right one. Did I
You
say
said the
one?
right
I said
resolution
the right
number.
one. Let's start all the way with take two.
So Ash, this is West Lawrence and
Number
Ash
6.
We-
L6?
L6.
No, it's the wrong ordinance attached.
Say pass it.
This the right one,
Yeah.
Brett?
Yeah, we need 1 second. I can find it.
Here,
There you go.
Yeah.
Larry's got it.
No, it's the wrong one, huh? Okay, here, give me. Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a second. Yeah, I can get it.
It's not 1178.447?
No.
It is, but the description was
But
wrong.
she didn't. It has to be read right by her and then read by me.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can find it. Give me a second.
There's a technical difficulty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Two. Take two.
I got it. Give me, no, I think I can pull it up.
Why can't she just?
She was reading L4, L3.
Yeah.
And it should be which one? First reading. It should be 4-7. It should be 4-7.
In our packets.
Did you copy
This
the
is
wrong
right,
one?
but she said the one attached.
Did I get it right? Okay, we got it.
This was in my packet. This is what I had in my packet.
Okay, take two.
Oh,
Okay,
Go ahead.
ordinance number 1178.447, an ordinance of the Council of the City of Casa Grande, Arizona, amending zoning ordinance 1178 and its subsequent amendments by changing the zoning from garden and light industrial to general industrial on property located at 1150 West Lawrence Street, Casa Grande, Arizona.
Got it.
Mayor McFarland, I move that we approve of ordinance number 1178.447 as presented.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Can I please get a roll call vote?
Councilmember Lavender.
Yes.
Councilmember Huddleston.
Yes.
Councilmember Fitzgibbons.
Yes.
Councilmember Herman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Edwards.
Yes.
Mayor McFarland.
Yes. All right, that concludes most of the business tonight. We have reports left. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Lavender.
Yeah, real quick, tomorrow night, we have Roberto Rivera in town for a couple days working with our schools and staff. And we recently did a wellness survey of 1,600 of our high school students. And tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, we'll be hosting a town hall at our governing board room, reviewing the results of the wellness survey and some recommendations. So we encourage families to come tomorrow night. Also, Mayor, I know you're a family man, and so I wanted everybody to know that your granddaughter, Dylan, as a freshman, was selected for second team all-conference this year in soccer. So congratulations to you, sir. I know you're very proud of her.
Absolutely. There were three Casa Grande girls on that recognized, and they're all freshmen. Well, no one's a junior.
Well,
Or sophomore.
Nisi, the one that was
Sophomore.
Defensive Player of the Year for flag football, was also second team all-conference.
Yeah. So, yeah, good, congratulations to all the girls.
Yep, they had a great season.
They had a great season.
Qualified for the playoffs for the first time since you were probably in middle school. It's been a long time. So.
That's a really long time.
2003 is the last time they, so,
I wish I was in
when
high
Anthony
school.
was playing that.
All right, thank you. Matt?
Just quickly wanted to report on the Youth Commission mostly. The day of shredding is going to be April 20th at First American Credit Union on Pinal. So it'll be 9 to 12 as usual. And I wanted to give a little update. They did get their trip to Washington DC approved with the help of Larry Raines, Danny and his department over there in Community Services. We thank you very much for all that, and then generous support from APS and the Casa Grande Union High School District. So they're going to be flying out and meeting with Congress people and attending the League of Cities, the National League of Cities
And maybe
Conference.
their senator, too?
And hopefully meeting with senators and congressmen.
Yeah.
And getting a tour of some buildings, yeah. So they are very excited, and they've done all the work with a lot of help from Danny and his department. So thanks a lot, Danny.
All right. Anthony?
Real quick, want to thank Chief McCory. He's here tonight. Enjoyed him on the other day. He spoke at the Faith Alliance that we had last week, and so we appreciate him and the work that our police is doing in town, especially with our new police officers on tonight. And so thankful, but enjoyed him as he spoke the other day, him and Officer Leos. Want to thank you too for all that you do in our community. And other than that, that's it.
Lisa?
And to piggyback on that, Chief McCrory, you were very popular with the Faith Alliance group. It was our largest attended, quarterly meeting. And, our faith community, obviously wants to get involved in how they can make our community safer and better. And I think it was good to, talk your message about talking about, families and parenting and, the issues we have with drugs and weapons, and how we have to remember, if we see something, say something, be involved, be engaged. And so that really resonated with our faith community, because these pastors that are there, they're preaching to families. And
I heard they were there for
very
Chief,
involved.
I thought they were there
Yeah,
for
Deputy
Deputy
Chief
Chief Leos.
He was there. They were there for him too, on the asylum seekers, and of course, that was really good, and thank you. Jody always does such a great job reporting on, what's going on with that, so thank you for doing that. So, and then again, to kind of piggyback on what they're doing in the community, the 4th Street in Amarillo, that, you know, we had people come to our last meeting concerned about some things that were going on. So, you know, thank you to our staff, you know, code enforcement, you know, police, you know, for cleaning up that property and keeping on top of it and making sure we're arresting those that are, you know, criminal activities over there. So we just want to remind you, many of you have seen that former council member Jim Morris passed away. He was a council member for many, many years, and a long, long time Castro Grande citizen. He passed away, and they're going to have a funeral mass for him at St. Anthony's on Saturday at 11 o'clock. So if any of you are available, again, he's done a lot for our community, and so hopefully you can be there to celebrate his life. And, you know, we you know, there's so many exciting things and new businesses coming to town, and in the paper, you probably saw today, this Casa Collective, and I spent 2 days there this weekend, and, you know, such a neat, you know, environment, and just the whole concept of, you know, a neighborhood food park, and they have great, you know, beer on tap and wine, and the truck options are great, so I really hope you guys get out there and support, you know, some of these new businesses that are coming in. They do a great job there. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thanks, Lisa. Bob?
No report, Mayor, thank you.
Listen to you. Hey, I just want to remind everybody, we have the inaugural Southwest Taco Fest on March 30th from 1 to 9 p.m. at Dave White Park. So get your tickets. You can get them online. If you need a QR code, you can pick one up in the city's main offices. We've got them out there. And then also, please mark your calendars for the State of the City, March 6th at 1 p.m. It'll be 1 p.m. to about 2:30 at the Community Rec Center. And all your council members will be speaking. So if you want to find out what's going on with the city, what we've been doing, and kind of where we're going, it'll be a great opportunity. It's open to the public. So please mark your calendars and come listen. We do have also a meeting, a community meeting for the Casa Grande Carmel Solar Park public meeting, which is this week. Is it on Wednesday? Thursday night at 5:30 at the Radisson. So it's a solar park that they're building off of Bianco Road. So it's north of I-8. Bianco, it's not technically in the city, but it's right on our border. It is in our planning area. So if you're interested to know what they're doing, please show up. I'm sure they'll have some maps and some other stuff there. And just a kind of update on new home permits. We had 81 in January compared to 3 the year before. So it was a good month compared to last January, when the housing market the bottom just fell out, or at least the new home starts fell out. It's come back. We ended up with 800 plus this year, and I think you're estimating 15. Is that what I heard, Paul? 1,500 this year, so should be a good year for new homes. So that's all I've got. Everybody stay safe out there. Thanks to our police and our fire. You guys keep us safe. We appreciate it. And meeting adjourned.
What?
9:49.
This folder, it was on our, didn't you have one?
With nothing in
Yeah,
it.
no, there was nothing.
Maybe Mayor stole mine.
There's nothing in it.
There's nothing in it?
No, there's just a folder. You just got a folder.
Just a folder?
Yeah.